All right. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans, here for our coverage on this Juneteenth. We appreciate you all for joining us here on Live Now, as this is such an important day to commemorate here in our country. So if you're not familiar with what Juneteenth is, we'll be taking the time through the next few hours to really walk you through what we've been seeing here in our country as this all started on a day, June 19th, 1865. In the meantime, though, I want to show you some of the live looks that we're also going to be covering here on our show today. A walk is just kicking off there in Dallas, Texas, I should say. Now, this is an important walk that we're going to be following here on Live Now. It's the Opal Lee Walk. You may have heard of it before, but it's things just like this and others that we'll continue to keep our eyes on. So a very quick rundown of Juneteenth. Again, if you're not familiar with the holiday and what it means here, I want to let you know that this all started 160 years ago. This was when enslaved people there in Galveston, Texas, learned that they had been freed after the Civil War's end, just 2 years after President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. There had been those who were living here in our country with no knowledge that slavery had officially been abolished. And of course, this resulted in the Juneteenth holiday. Its name, combining June and 19th, it's grown in the 1.5 centuries ever since. And it was in 2021 that President Joe Biden designated it as a federal holiday, extending its recognition beyond Black America. So again, it was there on June 19th. It was these Union troops that stopped in Galveston, Texas to inform those that the Civil War was officially over. And today, Juneteenth serves as a holiday, a time to reflect on our nation's history, commemorate emancipation, and look towards the future impact of Black culture and community. In 2021, President Joe Biden, again, officially signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act into law, making it a federal holiday. So if you weren't aware of the reason that you may have work off today, or maybe you're wondering why your local postal office is closed or your federal offices in the city, this is all the reason to commemorate Juneteenth. So today, here on our special stream and coverage that we have going on, we're going to continue to talk about the life and the legacy of all of those who've been affected by the Juneteenth holiday and speak with a few of our experts as well to get their mindset on the state of many of those here in America, including the Black community, and how Juneteenth has been recognized over the years. Also looking forward to the future and what it holds as well. So in the meantime, let's take this time to check in online because the chatter is already going on, as well as so many folks there on those different accounts like X are speaking out in honor of Juneteenth. Going to put this up on your screen, starting off with the NAACP. The NAACP put this message out saying that Juneteenth isn't just a date. It's a legacy of resilience and resistance and a reminder of the ongoing fight to build a future rooted in equity and justice. We don't just remember what was delayed, we celebrate how far we've come. We honor the power that we carry as well. Let's go ahead and continue on here with some of those other posts that we have from former President Barack Obama saying on Juneteenth, we celebrate freedom and recommit ourselves to the work that remains undone. We remember that even in the darkest hours, there is hope for tomorrow's light. Let's continue on here with one there from Chicago's Mayor Brandon Johnson. They did hold this flag raising ceremony there in the city a bit earlier this week, saying we are honored to have helped raise the Juneteenth flag in downtown Chicago today. The spirit of Juneteenth is about reflecting on our past and the harms of the systematic disinvestment, reclaiming the present through investment, and reimagining the future by planting roots that will grow. And let's continue here. This is a message that we also have from the Senator Angela Patton in Texas, of course, the state where all of this happened, saying today we celebrate Juneteenth, short for June 19th, an important day in our nation's history that marks the end of slavery in the United States. And again, she goes on to tell the story of how Juneteenth there works. But again, also calling it Freedom Day. And we'll get into some of those discussions as well. And then lastly here, going to end off here. For right now, we'll continue to check in with some of our posts that are happening on X. But this is from the North Carolina Governor, Josh Stein, saying, "It is my honor to proclaim today Juneteenth in North Carolina, putting up that honor there on the side, that official proclamation. So again, this is a holiday that's being celebrated all across our country, and we want you to get in on the action as well. This isn't just going to be a time for us to continue on here. We want to be able to get your input and have you jump in and make remarks as well. So we'll continue to keep that live here. But in the meantime, let's take this time to check in with some of our correspondents there with Fox. They have an overview of the holiday and how cities all across the United States are celebrating today. Let's check in.
Thursday marks the 5th time Juneteenth is being observed as a federal holiday, with celebrations honoring the end of slavery in the U.S. taking place coast to coast.
We're standing on the shoulders of a lot of people who sacrificed a lot for us to be where we are today.
Juneteenth commemorates the day Union soldiers marched to Galveston, Texas back in 1865, letting thousands of enslaved people know that they were free, 2 years after former President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation.
When Lincoln freed the slaves in 1863, it was hard for word to get around. So by 1865, people in Washington decided we needed to send something to Texas so that they knew that the slaves were free. So they called it General Order Number 3.
Historians say troops arrived posting handouts of the order. The only one of these papers still known to exist is on display at the Dallas Historical Society through October 19th.
Celebrating Juneteenth as Emancipation Day also means that we're acknowledging enslavement. So it gives us a chance to reflect on where we've been and where things are going.
Meanwhile, from Chicago to New York, local leaders have been participating in Juneteenth flag-raising events.
Lift every voice and sing.
While former President Biden, who established Juneteenth as a federal holiday, will celebrate at a historical church in Galveston on Thursday, other local Juneteenth events have been forced to adapt this year, after many have reported losing financial sponsors, citing pushbacks surrounding diversity, equity, and inclusion programs.
In 2025, the celebrations of Juneteenth, I think, are reflecting the sort of bifurcation that we see across politics.
Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
Our thanks to Chris DeMeo as well for bringing us that story. Again, just an overview of what we can expect today, as well as what we'll be covering here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we talked slightly and we showed you this shot that we had there in Dallas, Texas. This is one of those celebrations that's happening. It's a walk in honor of Opal Lee. She's known as the grandmother of Juneteenth. And right now, one of our Fox 4 associates there, Stephen Dowell, he's there on this walk talking with folks as they're making their way. Let's go ahead and listen into this coverage here on Live Now from Fox.
Was announced June 19th, 1865 in Galveston. This is something that is really celebrated nationwide, embraced nationwide now, thanks to Opal Lee and her work. And it's such a great opportunity to educate people on what Juneteenth is really all about.
What are your thoughts about Miss Opal? All of us have had experiences with Miss Opal. She's in her 90s and still, she's not out here, but she's still kicking. Well, what do you think about her?
I remember when I first got involved, Miss Opal Lee was still in her 70s. So
it means you old.
Yeah, it means I'm old now. And even before that, when I was a kid, and she would put together like the Juneteenth programs at Sycamore Park, and it was so many people out there. I wish that people could, you'd have to see it to believe it. There'd be so many people at Sycamore Park back in 1979, 1980, and we just had such a good time. So I think about just all the work that she's really put into making the holiday a national holiday, but also here locally, and making Fort Worth really the center of Juneteenth nationwide. I think that is great, and I think that that's really an amazing time for Fort Worth to be on the national spotlight for something like Juneteenth. I mean, I think that this is really very positive for our city.
And I know there's going to be a national Juneteenth museum, and I mean, it's more nationally known now that it's a federal holiday. And while some people may be just enjoying the day off, talk about from you seeing it in your youth. to now more people knowing about it. I was talking to DL Hughley about, I grew up in Atlanta, so the home of civil rights, but I really didn't know a ton about Juneteenth until I started working here. Do you think now that it is a federal holiday, it's kind of, I don't want to say in people's face more, but out there more so that the message can spread further than Texas?
I really hope so, because the message needs to be spread further than Texas. Like, people in places like Georgia need to understand the significance of the day. When Sherman came to Savannah in 1865, the enslaved people there did not know that there was a proclamation. And of course, the owners of the labor camps where the enslaved persons worked, they were not going to tell them. And so they didn't know. So that's why it's important that everyone embrace it and everyone know about it. And I think that Fort Worth is going to be the epicenter for this huge educational push with this museum for the country and the world to know what Juneteenth is really all about.
Congressman Mark Beasley, thank you, man.
Absolutely, thank you.
Stay hydrated.
Yes, I'm definitely going to do that.
And then Starbucks had to go and make a horchata and French espresso, and I was like, that sounds delicious. I heard the real, I know. So I have.
And so if you're just now joining us here on Live Now from Fox for some of these celebrations that are going on nationwide for Juneteenth, we're listening into this one right now that's coming to us out of Dallas, Texas. This is one of those streams that's being hosted by some of our partners there at Fox 4. In particular, Stephen Dial, he's out there for this walk there in Dallas that's honoring some of those important figures there in Dallas that have to do with Juneteenth. So this is called Opal's Walk for Freedom. And this is going today to be there to celebrate. And Dr. Opal Lee, who's there to commemorate and complete her annual 2.5-mile walk to recognize the 2.5 years for the news of enforcement of freedom to reach the enslaved people there in Texas. And so we've been listening in as Stephen Dowell, he's able to talk with some of these folks as they're making their march down the street there. So we'll be listening into his coverage right now with Fox 4 and Dallas. Let's listen back in.
I know one day we're going to have to talk about this walk.
So if you guys are just joining us, this is Fox 4 News on Fox Local or wherever you may be watching us live. The 2025 Walk for Freedom, Miss Opal Lee, who pushed for years for Juneteenth to become a federal holiday. And it has finally happened. And now people in Fort Worth are still walking for freedom, still trying to push the message to make sure that everyone understands the reason of this day, not being off, but also just sharing the message to make sure that people know what this day is all about. It was 2.5 years after slaves were notified that they were free that Texas slaves were notified 2.5 years later. And so now walking 2.5 miles every year in Fort Worth or in the Metroplex or around the country to remember that moment, but also to educate the public about the delayed news, about people here in Texas not being notified. So as you see people, all ages, all races, it's just a big show of unity here in this community in Fort Worth to make sure that this message gets across. How are you? Sure. How long have you come to this walk?
This is my first time.
This is your first time?
Yes.
Come on, we're gonna walk.
Oh, well, let's go.
What made you come out? Clearly your friends have been here.
Well, my friends have been here, and this is history, so I wanted to show support. So yeah, and I love to walk, so I'm out here.
I see you got the wristband, you got the shorts.
I'm ready.
You walk for a living.
I do. I try. Yeah, yeah.
What kind of tell me your Juneteenth message? When did you find out about Juneteenth? Or
I didn't really know. I'm from a small town in Arkansas, so I didn't really know about Juneteenth. So, and my daughter's born on Juneteenth, so it's a great thing. Everyone should learn about their history. You know, it's not really in schools anymore, so we gotta do what we can to make it known. Yeah.
so you're out here with your friends. You said this is your third year?
It's my third year. I've been here the past 2 years supporting it. I love it. I wouldn't miss it. So that's why I'm here, to continue to show support.
What message do you hope gets across from today, from these types of walks?
That everybody's life does matter, and it's very important to celebrate life. So it's very important.
And now we're getting our steps in the morning.
Yeah.
Steamy.
And getting
Steaming
our
hot.
stuff in the morning. That part. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
You're
Thank
so
you. Have a
welcome.
good
Thank
day.
you.
We're from the community food bank, Opal Lee Walk. Judy, these all are teachers. We're right here.
So you'll hear as you guys continue to look at the march. Joined by Judy. Who are you with?
Judy Gutierrez with Community Food Bank.
How long? Is this your first year walking? Or?
This is my second year walking.
What made you want to get involved in the Juneteenth celebrations here in Fort Worth?
Ms. Opal Lee's vision of, I've heard so many great things, and it's a very good thing for history for kids also to learn. So I brought my kids out here also to join the walk.
What's going through your mind seeing all these people out here?
History in the making. That's what it is. And I love to be part of it. I love her vision, and we're making it happen. No matter, we're all family. So we're making it happen, and we're all here together for the same reason.
Yeah. What conversations have you had with your kids about why they're coming out here this morning? Why y'all woke up early to make sure you got a parking spot to be out here?
Juneteenth is a freedom walk. Ms. Opal Lee walked a lot to make this day a federal holiday. She went to the White House. She had the president.
Yeah.
President kneeled and kissed her hand. And who else gets that? Especially women of color. You know, and I'm Mexican, but hey, we're all the same. We're all the same. We also have an intern with us. We have an intern back there. We have different people in our group joining this walk. We have interns, we have teenagers, we have all kinds in our group. And there's a community food bank, one of our police visions, and we're making it happen.
Well, thank you so much for
Thank
talking
you,
to me.
sir.
All right. Nice to meet you. You want to take a picture?
I need a picture of you. I have it on my phone. Oh, take a picture. Okay. Thank you, man. Nice to meet you.
Good to see you.
All right, though, as you see, we are still watching here as our coverage with Fox 4 there in Dallas. We appreciate them for going on this. So you may be wondering, what are we seeing right here? I want to give you the aerial view that we have there of this walk that's happening there in the Dallas, Texas area. It's in Fort Worth in particular, but of course, happens every single June 19th. Dr. Opal Lee, she completes her annual 2.5-mile walk to recognize the years that it took for the enslaved people, the moment there, the news to reach the enforcement of freedom to reach those people there in Texas. So we've been continuing here on Live Now to watch as this has been going on, continuing with our coverage as well from our partners there at Fox 4 in Dallas. So as you know, Juneteenth is now a national holiday, and it's being celebrated all over the United States. And so again, Dr. Opal Lee, she continues to hold this walk each and every year. And she was one of those who was instrumental in having this become a national holiday. She's often described as the grandmother of Juneteenth as well. But she was there back in 2021 when former President Biden signed the bill into law, making Juneteenth a federal holiday. So again, each and every year she holds this walk there. It's a walk for freedom. It's 2.5 miles. And she does it all every single year, and so many people turn out for it. So we wanted to continue to bring you some of these aerial shots, as well as check in there with Fox 4 in Dallas as they're continuing their coverage as well. In the meantime, let's get in on the fun here on Live Now from Fox. That's another thing that we like to do. We do want to continue on with our coverage here by being able to check in with some of these trivia questions. You're like, Christina, school on a day like today? Yes, even though school is officially out for the summer, or if it wasn't out for the summer because it's a federal holiday, we're going to take you to class right now as we're bringing in some of these trivia questions having to do with Juneteenth. Going to put this up on your screen as well so you're able to see. What you're going to do is you're going to take out your phone, scan the QR code that's in the top right-hand side corner. This is how you can continue to be interactive with us here as we're continuing our coverage. As you can see, the question is, Juneteenth marks June 19, 1865, when slaves were freed from which state when they found out that they were free? So it looks like we've got somebody jumping in early here to be able to respond to this question, but those are the question choices for you. Alabama, Texas, Louisiana, and Georgia. Of course, all of these are southern states as well. So you're going to, like I said, take out your phone, scan the QR code that's in the right-hand corner. Once you're able to do that, you should be able to go directly to our website. It's going to be under the Vote Now tab. Once you go to the Vote Now tab, you'll be able to submit your answer. So the question, we've been talking about it all morning long, so if you've been listening in, you'll be able to get some of these answers as well from our programming. But again, the question, June 19th marks June 19th, 1865, when slaves were freed from which state? Which state were they in when they found out that they were now free? So we have a few votes coming in. We'll keep this up though, so you can vote. If you're not able to vote using a cell phone, you can always go to livenowfox.com, and you should be able to go to there. Once you go to there, you'll see the options on our website for you to be able to participate in this poll. So it's one of those polls that we have up during the Vote Now segment. We're getting some more coming in. Alabama right now at 25%. Texas still in the lead there at 50%. Louisiana also with 25% of the vote. So we'll continue here on Live Now to watch this as this comes in. We'll also have several other questions going on throughout the morning as well. But again, take out your phone, scan the QR code in the top right-hand corner. That's how you'll be able to participate with us here on this Juneteenth. So again, the enslaved people were freed in which state on June 19th, 1865? That's the question here. We've been talking about it a little bit this morning, but let's see where we're standing. All right, every state has a vote now. So I think that this is an appropriate time. If you didn't get a chance to vote in this poll, don't worry, just be ready at all times. We're going to continue to bring up some of these questions throughout the remainder of the morning and afternoon. I'm going to have the answer revealed now in just a moment. So again, if you were able to listen in a bit earlier, we've been talking about it all morning. There it is on your screen. Texas is the state. So in particular, there was a group of Union soldiers who made their way to Galveston, Texas. They were the last place to be informed that the Emancipation Proclamation had been signed, of course. Also, the important thing here is that the Civil War was over. The South defeated in that war, and as a result, the people who were held in slavery were now officially free. So again, we'll continue to have some of these polls throughout the morning. If you missed out on this one, don't worry about it. We'll be circling back around for all of your Juneteenth knowledge. So again, we'll be continuing to do this as well all morning as we're checking in with some of our interviews. We were able to speak to the mayor of Galveston, Texas for this very important day. We'll be playing out some of his remarks in just a little while. He sat down with us for an interview to talk about what Juneteenth means to the city as a whole, also what it meant back in 1865 and how they've continued to keep that legacy going as well. So again, here on Live Now, we'll continue on with our coverage. Let's go ahead and check in, though, on with some of those tweets that are also coming in. I want to be able to put up some on your screen as well so we can talk about and how folks are responding online. Let's put this up, though. This one coming in from former President Bill Clinton saying, Juneteenth is about pride and perseverance, steadfastness and strength. I'm wishing everyone a meaningful holiday that renews our commitment to the ideals of freedom and equality. Continuing on here, this is from former First Lady, Michelle Obama, saying Juneteenth is a celebration of freedom, culture, and progress. Now, more than ever, it is going to be we have to continue the work of generations who fought for our freedoms, especially at the ballot box. Make sure that you are registered to vote. She goes on to put the link there as well. In that, we do want to continue on. Here, this is from the mayor of Charleston, saying today we honor Juneteenth, a powerful reminder of freedom, resilience, and the ongoing journey towards equality. Charlotte stands united in celebrating the rich history, culture, and contributions of Black Americans. Let's continue working together for justice and opportunity, and let's hope for all. Hashtag Juneteenth and CLT. Lastly, for this section here, leading off with one of the best athletes in the world, Coco Gauff. Of course, if you've been keeping up with her career, she just won the French Open about 2 weeks ago. But she's tweeting out on this day, happy Juneteenth as well. So again, we'll be continuing to check out things on that are going on online, those conversations that are happening. And in the meantime, though, we've been going to continue to check in now with our partners there at Fox 4. Stephen Dial, he's been there as this Walk for Freedom is happening in honor of Dr. Opal Lee, known as the grandmother of Juneteenth. It's there in the Dallas area, specifically in Fort Worth. Let's listen back into some of their coverage.
I'm told this is the final stretch. The final stretch is a mile, but it's the final stretch. That's what I'm told. We'll see if that final stretch is for real. At least we're going down. So we are going to talk to these ladies coming up. As you can see, if you're just joining us, we are live on Fox Local, Fox 4 News, all of those places. How you doing, ma'am?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. How many years to the walk?
Oh my gosh! Every year, I don't even know how long. I'm here because this is what we represent. This is our history. It's not just Black history. It's Texas history. It's American history.
Why is it important for people to understand the significance of this day?
Because we built America, and for it to take 2 years before that message to come through, that's significant, and we can't, it's part of American history, so we have to continue to recognize it and never forget it.
What are your thoughts about Miss Opal Lee?
Just the fact that, first of all, she came from Fort Worth, and the fact that she was persistent. She continued to fight for the national holiday, and we appreciate her.
Did you think it would become a federal holiday in your lifetime?
I did not. But thankful that she was persistent. She did not give up. We miss her today, but she did not give up. And the thing that we have to remember is that her granddaughter and the rest of us must always continue to do this. It cannot be lost.
What message would you have for the younger generation? I mean, some kids are just learning what the heck Juneteenth is, and they might be from Texas. What message do you want young people to get from today?
You have to know where you're from in order to know where you're going. You have to know your history. You have to know the people who have fought for you, and never ever forget that.
What's your name?
Danette Curvin.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet
Thank
you
you
as
so
well.
much. Thank you so much. How you ladies doing?
Good to see all the media out here.
Yes, definitely. Say it live.
All right, again, here on Live Now from Fox, we've been checking in there with Fox 4 in Dallas. Our appreciation goes out to Stephen Dial. He's been there as he's walking through as a part of this Opal Lee Walk that happens each and every year for freedom. So if you're unaware of who Dr. Opal Lee is, she's known as the grandmother of Juneteenth. And so she was present there on June 17th in 2021 when former President Biden signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act bill that established June 19th, also known as Juneteenth, as a federal holiday. Ms. Lee said on that day, now we can celebrate freedom from the 19th of June to the 4th of July. And so this is a walk that's held annually there in Fort Worth, Texas. It's a 2.5-mile walk that represents the 2.5 years that enslaved people in Texas were still under those rules of slavery after the Emancipation Proclamation was signed by former President Abraham Lincoln. And so when Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, that was supposed to free the slaves, but in that period of time, because those states there in the Confederacy were in rebellion against the Union, that freedom did not come for another 2.5 years to those folks in Galveston, Texas. So after the war was formally ended, about 2.5 months or so later, Union soldiers marched through the southern states, eventually making their way to Texas. Once that happened, they were informed that the war was officially over and that slavery and bondage had ended as well. So again, this is a walk that is hosted every single year by Dr. Opal Lee. It's called her Walk for Freedom. And just a little bit more background about her. She was born in Marshall, Texas back in 1926. It was then when she moved to Fort Worth, Texas in 1937. At the age of 12, her family's home, though, was destroyed on June 19th, 1939. But she nor her family allowed that to deter them from making an impact on the community. She has gone on to serve on many boards with many organizations, as well, including the Citizens Concerned with Human Dignity, Habitat for Humanity, as well as a few Black historical societies as well. Ms. Lee, though, she is the oldest living board member of the National Juneteenth Observance Foundation. This is a national movement that was started by the late Dr. Ronald Myers to have Juneteenth declared a national holiday. And so it was at the age of 90 years old. Listen to that, the age of 90. She started her walking campaign from Fort Worth, Texas to Washington, D.C. to bring awareness to the need to celebrate Juneteenth on the national scale. So once again, we've been checking in with Stephen Dial. He's been hosting this incredible walk there through Fort Worth, and all of those folks turning out as well to participate. I want to put this up on your screen. This is the aerial shot, the aerial views that we have of this walk as well. You can see the crowd that came out today to honor the holiday. And again, this is all made possible by Dr. Opal Lee. So we've been checking in with this and seeing some of the sights and sounds as Stephen Dial there with Fox 4 in Dallas is checking in and interviewing some of those participants. Let's listen back in.
Trying to keep up with you. Hopefully this cart stays in. Steven, you need water? Good, thank you.
I got this. You're almost there.
Thank you. Outstanding. Finish strong. All right, Q. Sure.
We interviewing each other.
You're not gonna play me. You're not gonna play me.
We interviewing. Y'all interviewing.
No, y'all keep walking. Keep walking. You better hop in the cart.
Channel 75.
All right, we did want to just take you through some of these sights and sounds that are happening there in Fort Worth, Texas, as they're continuing to honor this walk for freedom. This is by Dr. Opal Lee. It's a 2.5-mile walk, and look, the finish line is in sight for all of these folks there in Fort Worth. They've been taking the time to walk through the city of Fort Worth as they're celebrating Juneteenth there in Texas. Of course, Texas being the place, the center point of all of this celebration. I want to show you a few more of those aerial shots that we have there. Our thanks once again to our partners at Fox 4 in Dallas for bringing this to us. We got to hear some insight from some of those folks as they were walking, as Stephen Dow, their reporter there on the ground, was able to interview people as well as they made their way on this walk. So we'll continue to keep our eye on this shot as well, but it does seem like the walk is coming to an end there in Fort Worth. So thanks again to our partners. All right, we do want to continue on here on Live Now from Fox with some of our Juneteenth trivia. Maybe you got the last question wrong. Don't worry, we're going to give you several times to redeem yourself throughout the morning and the afternoon as we're continuing on with our coverage here of Juneteenth on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and put up the next question. Are you ready? You got your thinking caps on? Also pull out your cell phone because that's going to be necessary for that part as well. So we want to put this up on your screen. You're going to take out your cell phone and scan that QR code in the top right corner. In the top right corner, that's going to take you to our website so you can vote in the Ask Now section. I do want to put out a verbal thanks, though, to my producers who are here in the room, as well as the ones who are not here with me. Of course, we've been continuing to put these up on your screen so you can really participate in our coverage today of Juneteenth. And so there's this next question. Word that enslaved people were free came 3 years after this president's Emancipation Proclamation. So that's the question. Who is the person responsible for the Emancipation Proclamation? We've got some of those early answers coming in here on our special coverage. Make sure you're taking out your cell phone, scanning the QR code that's in the top right corner. Again, that's going to take you directly to our website, and you're going to click the Ask Now tab so that way your voice can be heard. I appreciate all of these answers as they're coming in here. We were getting an active feed and an active view of folks as they're voting. So the options and answers for this one: Ulysses S. Grant, Andrew Johnson, Abraham Lincoln, and George Washington. So that is the key. That's the question there. Who's responsible for the Emancipation Proclamation? If you're not able to, though, vote on your cell phone, you can always visit our website, livenowfox.com, and you'll be able to hit the Vote Now section. In that section, you will be able to answer this question. So again, let's go ahead and hop online and make your voice heard. Let's check in with some of those results right now as they come in live. Right now, Ulysses S. Grant sitting at 14% of the vote. Andrew Johnson with 28%. Abraham Lincoln with 58%. Nobody thinks it's George Washington. That's what it seems like right now. 0 votes there for George Washington. Again, the major question, though, being what is the word who is the person that had the Emancipation Proclamation written up that then effectively freed the enslaved people here in the United States? Right, we let this sit up there for just a second. We're going to hold on for about another 20 or so seconds to give you an opportunity to have your voice heard. But it looks like Abraham Lincoln is going to take it this time. All right, let's see if we can reveal that answer. There it is, with 58% of the vote. 58% of people who participated in the poll are correct. This is Abraham Lincoln. So that's the correct answer. So if you voted there and you were able to get it right, congratulations. Give yourself a round of applause, a pat on the back. We're going to continue on with our Juneteenth trivia throughout the day as well. So we did want to bring that to you here on Live Now. In the meantime, let's go ahead and go through some of these tweets as well as we're continuing to check in with how folks are celebrating online. This is the one that we have there from Martin Luther King III, saying Juneteenth is a celebration of freedom, but also a day of truth and education. It's a chance to honor Black history and liberation. Yet even today, as some cities pull back support, we're reminded that the fight for freedom isn't over. Again, Martin Luther King III, the son of Martin Luther King Jr., the pillar, one of the leaders in the civil rights movement. Right, we're also hearing now from former Vice President Mike Pence. He says June 19th, 1865, freedom dawned for enslaved people and their posterity on General Gordon Granger Red Order Number 3, which affirmed the end of slavery in the states of the former Confederacy with the words, "All slaves are free." He goes on to say that it is on Juneteenth that we take the time to remember those. So again, he tweeted this out with the general orders as well. So I wanted to bring that to you as well. Let's go ahead and go to the next one where we're able to hear from Sha'Carri Richardson, the Olympian, saying June 19th, 2025. Obviously there she is referencing today as Juneteenth. And lastly, for right now, we are hearing from the Georgia Senator, Senator Raphael Warnock, saying happy Juneteenth. On this day in 1865, the last slaves in Galveston, Texas were finally freed. This is a day of celebration of the resilience and strength of our ancestors and a reminder of the work that we still have to do to create the future they dreamed of. So that message there coming in from the Georgia Senator. So I wanted to bring all of that to you here on Live Now in our special coverage of Juneteenth. In the meantime, though, since we're talking about Raphael Warnock, we have a beautiful shot there in Atlanta, Georgia as well. This is a sign that's there in the downtown area of the city saying celebrating Juneteenth. The mural is up as we're going to be checking in with these celebrations all over the country. I want to give you one last look here of the walk that is now coming to an end there in Fort Worth, Texas. This was Dr. Opal Lee's walk. It appears that they've made it towards the finish line. Let's check in one more time with Stephen Dowell. It seems like he might be interviewing another person. Let's see if we can listen.
In politics. And you had some celebrities out here. D.L. Hughley, if you're a fan of comedy. D.L. Hughley grew up in California. Said he didn't know anything about this, but knew that it's a federal holiday now, and he's very active on social media. And he said he wasn't going to do the whole 2 miles, but he wanted to be out here to get a feel of what people here in Fort Worth and DFW experience on a regular basis. And now basically everybody's being invited to here. This is the model. This is the blueprint, the start for the Juneteenth walk. And now that there are walks all across the country in multiple states, even in other countries. I think I saw on the website a country that was participating virtually with the Opal Lee Walk. And so, again, the elephant in the room, Miss Opal's not with us today. To my knowledge, this is her first time missing the walk. But she can earn the right to miss the walk. She's up in her 90s. She laid out the plan. She laid out the blueprint for this. And now it's time for the younger generation to pick up the baton. And her granddaughter, Dion, is leading this walk. And she's been right next to Miss Opal every year for this. She grew up knowing about her grandmother wanting to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. And now she was able to be with her and go to the White House and go to all these speaking engagements and magazine covers and just continuing to spread the word about this. We're in the final stretch to Farrington Field. And let y'all keep listening in. We'll recap this thing on the end.
Oh, 6 What's up, man? How you doing?
All right, we did want to continue to bring you just a few more moments there. Our thanks to Stephen Dial as he's been out there all morning long there for this walk. But we are in a new hour as we're celebrating Juneteenth. This is a special stream that is solely set up to honor June 19th. Of course, this dates way back to 1865. And so as we're talking about a little bit of this history, you may be asking me, Christina, you've been talking about Juneteenth, but we haven't dove into a little bit more on what it means, the history behind it all. So let's go ahead and do that now. I was able to speak to one of the members there at a museum in Milwaukee. This is the African American Black museum there in the city that honors so many of these holidays, including Juneteenth. Let's listen into this interview that we did with Dr. Smith. Us to celebrate this Juneteenth holiday. It is an important day here in the United States and throughout history. I want to put up some of the video because this is truly what we've been focusing on for this hour, the Emancipation Proclamation. In fact, it was 160 years ago that enslaved people in Galveston, Texas, learned that they had been freed. This was after the Civil War's end and 2 years after President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. This has all resulted in today, Juneteenth, the federal holiday. Its name combining June and 19th, and it's only grown in the 1.5 centuries since. And to talk a lot more about Juneteenth, the history, and where the holiday is still taking us to this day, I want to bring into the conversation with America's Black Holocaust Museum, Dr. Robert Smith. Dr. Robert Smith, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate joining you today.
Of course, and it's just such a monumental day that is really marking a huge piece of American history. Juneteenth, if you don't mind, let's just dive into the history a little bit. Why is this day so significant?
Well, no, it's significant for a number of reasons, maybe most importantly because of its centrality in shaping what becomes a racial democracy. It's the first time, it celebrates the first time that the U.S. begins to live up to its democratic values, at least along racial lines. It's also important because in earmarking the abolition of slavery, it welcomes the conversation about citizenship. And what does it mean to be a part of this body politic? What does it mean to indeed live and experience equal protection and due process of law? The eradication of slavery brings us into full conversation about not only the 13th Amendment, but the 14th Amendment and the 15th Amendment. And it's in this important window in the 1860s and then moving forward where we see African Americans begin to actualize and operationalize the meanings of freedom and the meanings of full citizenship. And Juneteenth is indeed that recognition, that ongoing recognition of the importance and the centrality of those values that our nation is continually required to live up to. And we know we're in some difficult moments these days. And so Juneteenth is ever more important, quite frankly.
And so as we're talking through and walking through the piece of history that led us to this moment, you mentioned there Galveston, Texas. That's really the central point of why we celebrate the holiday. It's due to those Union soldiers finally reaching there 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation that declared that slavery had been over in the United States.
Well, we really can do things. We can put Juneteenth not only in a national conversation, but we can put it in a conversation across the Americas. And what I mean by that is Juneteenth is part of a number of celebrations that recognize the ending of slavery. Sometimes those celebrations obviously went by different names, Emancipation Day celebrations or Jubilee celebrations. In different parts of the Americas, we see the ending of slavery celebrated under different monikers. So this is not only a celebration that is important to the United States, the ending of race-based slavery across the Americas is also very important. And so we really want to think about the ways that African-descended people across various regions then celebrate and recognize the ending of those institutions, both in celebrations, but then also in welcoming what opportunities lay ahead as that institution or those institutions are ended.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Dr. Smith, because many people take a day like Juneteenth to reflect on the past, but it's also an opportunity to look to the future, thinking about what they would like to see changing in this country as well.
You know, it's indeed an important conversation about the past. Um, it's an important conversation about where the nation comes from. You know, we were a very young nation that experienced the Civil War. The fundamental questions associated with citizenship, as I mentioned before, are indeed critical, but they become negotiated terrain, that is replete with brilliant stories of folks demanding rights, actualizing the rights of citizenship. But it's also a story about violence and racial terror as folks are being hostilely forced to endure painful histories and painful legacies as a function of racism. But it's also a continual conversation about who we are as a nation, who we claim to be as a nation, and the fact that folks are going to continue to demand and work toward those full definitions of citizenship and equality, even in the face of hostility, even in the face of racial terror, even in the face of rollbacks politically, even in these complicated, hostile political times today. This question that Juneteenth continually forces us to ask and answer is, again, ever more important.
And so, as you're talking a little bit there about the aspect there, you said politically, I do want to bring up the fact that this became a federal holiday back in 2021 underneath the Biden administration. What did it mean to you when you heard that Juneteenth was finally going to be recognized as a federal holiday, although it's been celebrated within the Black community for quite some time?
Yeah, and I'm really glad that you mentioned that. You know, the federal recognition is important. But I also, when I heard it, I did not overstate the importance of that, because I think it's far more important that Black communities across the country and across the Americas celebrated these important moments all on their own. Those celebrations thrived and grew well over a century and a half. And so while the federal recognition is important, I think it's all the more powerful that these celebrations continued and they thrived through very difficult and challenging times, through generations. You know, these celebrations connect folks across generations too. They're celebrations that are both educational and communal in so many ways. They're spiritually enriching. So while the federal recognition is important, the fact that these celebrations continue in the way that they do, and they emerge out of communities and out of families, I think that is an even more powerful expression about how important they are.
All right, I do want to talk now, Dr. Smith, about America's Black Holocaust Museum. Let's talk about what the work is that's done there. How do you all take this time to specifically specifically highlight the holiday Juneteenth? And then we'll also move into some of the other aspects of the museum that could make it a great trip for anyone to come at any point in the year.
Yeah, well, you know, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where our home is, has been celebrating Juneteenth for over 50 years. And so I want to make sure to first highlight that the citywide celebration is its own remarkable story and rich in so many ways. At America's Black Holocaust Museum, we look to complement that citywide celebration by making sure we are family friendly, we have and other activities for our young people, our really young people to take part in. We are engaging in civics related lessons and other conversations throughout the day. We are also making sure that there's some art, and our artists are welcomed into our space as well. We've got some young people who have done some murals for us. So we want to make sure that we complement the citywide celebration by also making our museum available for free. And so if folks want to get out of the heat and want to come in and have some education and some art related activities, those are the ways we look to complement the citywide celebration.
And so as you're talking about also year round, the Holocaust Museum is there to really dive into that culture there in America. What are some of the things that you'd like to highlight for someone who may be interested in visiting?
Well, we've had large groups of families come in during family reunions. So that's a lot of the fun and awesome stuff that we get to experience over the summers, to see families from across the country come in and experience some history. We take folks along that journey, beginning in the earliest eras of African history, and then move us into the contemporary. We don't start that conversation in the era of enslavement, and we back that conversation up so that we can have a richer dialogue about the experiences of African descended folks. And then, of course, one of the other key components to what we do is we work closely with our local educators, make sure that there are opportunities for students to take part in activities here. We want to make sure that we are supporting curricular opportunities and curricular activities, so that we as a museum are part of an educational enterprise, so that we are not only available for the community and for guests from across the country, that we are also very clearly a part of making sure that history is being taught accurately, that our local history as well as our national history includes the voices of Black people, but it also includes the ways in which, again, that question of citizenship gets negotiated over several hundred years, and all of its brilliance and all of its challenges and all of its joy, and all the ways that history can then support classroom experiences, as well as some of our community and family-based activities.
And so lastly, Dr. Smith, before I let you go, I want to leave you with this question. We do know that, again, Juneteenth is used as a symbol here in our country to mark the end of slavery, but what does freedom look like for you? And what do you think freedom looks like in this day and age?
That is actually one of the important prompts that we provide folks who visit the museum on Juneteenth, to really get a sense of how folks are thinking about freedom and liberation these days. I think for me, that question then immediately moves me into a conversation about continued efforts to make sure that not I feel a sense of freedom, but that future generations also are able to experience freedom and liberation on their terms. That means making sure that we can have open, honest dialogue about our identities, to make sure that there's continued engagement with our political process freely and equally, to make sure that folks have open, equal access to educational institutions and can earn decent living with a decent paying job, so that folks can move freely without harassment, to make sure that we are all experiencing in the richest of ways the full meanings of citizenship, freedom, and making sure that we're doing our part that then will force our nation to live up to its ideals and its values. And quite honestly, that is an ongoing project. There are no days off with this project, and as challenging and difficult as sometimes may be, it's indeed important that the definition of freedom and liberation includes joy and spiritual growth, and if we don't include all that in that mix, that gumbo, I'll say without all of those in that mix and in that gumbo, freedom and liberation wouldn't feel as wonderful.
Again, this has been Dr. Smith with America's Black Holocaust Museum. I feel as though we put a bow on that conversation beautifully. I appreciate you for being here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you for having us.
All right, my thanks to Dr. Robert Smith. He was here and able to speak with us a little bit more about the history of Juneteenth. And not only that, but where The country now stands again from his standpoint as he worked very closely there in Milwaukee with America's Black Holocaust Museum. I'd like to encourage everyone, if you have the time, to maybe check out their website or make the trip there. They have a lot of things there centered around Black culture and talking a lot about Juneteenth in these moments as well there in Milwaukee. So great conversation with him. It was fantastic to be able to speak to him. All right, in just a few moments, we're going to be heading out to Portsmouth, New Hampshire. But in the meantime, we do have that for this live celebration that they have going on. But we want to check in again online. This is what we're going to be continuing to do throughout the day as well, as we're checking in with some of those tweets there to be able to see how folks are responding to some of these Juneteenth events. I'm going to put this up there from the city of Phoenix in Arizona, saying last night, Phoenix City Hall was lit up half red, half blue with a white crown symbolizing the official Juneteenth flag. The colors are the same as the American flag and represent freedom, liberty, and justice for all. See this vibrant tribute once again tonight in downtown Phoenix. So for all there in the Phoenix, Arizona area, you have the opportunity to go out and see some of this as well. Let's continue to look through again some of that reaction online. Here from the WNBA, celebrating Juneteenth Freedom Day, June 19th, 1865. Happy Juneteenth. And lastly here, I want to put this up from the Jewish Voices for Peace. Today, Juneteenth, the day we celebrate the end of slavery, the day we memorialize those who offered us hope for the future, and the day we renew our commitment to the struggle for freedom. This is a quote, of course, by the very important, esteemed Angela Davis. She was a political advocate and activist, as well as professor and author. And we are going to continue to check in online with some of these as they're coming into our newsroom. So these Juneteenth celebrations are happening all around the country. I want to show you this briefly. We're not going to be able to take the audio on this because it is a feed of them singing some of these live performances, but this is ongoing right now in New York City. Again, we've been talking about a few of these Juneteenth celebrations that are happening, but we're going to take you right now to a Juneteenth anniversary event that's happening in New Hampshire. We'll be listening in as they have several speakers going on with this programming. Let's listen in right now on Live Now from Fox.
To this very moment of remembrance with pride. We celebrate the 10th anniversary of this park through technology, and if you get a chance, you'll get to see what the Black Heritage Trail is doing, creating an outdoor museum. Check with the folks at the end. With your phone, you'll be able to hear the whole story of the African burying ground. And, I lost my space. As we celebrate through music and movement, beginning today with the powerful African drumming of Akwaaba Ensemble. They will follow us. We're going to hear some words from our state representative and our town assistant mayor, Joanne Kelly. And I just want we will close today with a celebration of all of us coming together to dance with boots on the ground, because it's going to take all of us working together with our feet firmly planted on the ground to create the change we want to see and the America we believe in. So without that, I pass it on to Joanne Kelly, our assistant mayor.
Good morning, everyone. You heard a few names earlier, but I want to touch upon them again. Oni Judge was a slave of Martha Washington, and we all know who her husband was, George Washington. She absconded from Philadelphia to Portsmouth. That sounds like a great story, and it is, but there is more to it. There is an almost decade-long history of George Washington's efforts to come and get her, and this town's desire to protect her, for her to live free. We've all heard of Paul Revere and the famous ride, but have you heard of Wentworth Cheswell, the first ever elected African-American man from the 1800s from New Hampshire? He also rode with Paul Revere to Portsmouth. Have you heard of Harriet Wilson. Yes, an author, the first African-American published author in the United States of America. It's from our state. Dinah opened up the first African-American school. These are things that I didn't learn in school, and I grew up here. When we talk about teaching history, we must talk about the fact that history is being erased from our textbooks, and we need to stand up for that. There's such a shame that I go to our high school and kids don't learn this, that kids around the nation do not learn this. It is our duty to pass on knowledge, but it's our duty in a more forefront, especially now in the time that we're having in America, to pass on humanity. Humanity is a trickle-down experience. When you receive it, you want to give it to others. When you are helped, you want to help others. When you learn knowledge, you want to spread that knowledge. We must not be scared to wear our pride on our shirts, on our hats, on our sleeves, and louder through our mouths. We must carry on the history that has been given to us. And in this space, it is so important because this space was on maps. This was known as the Black Graveyard, the African Graveyard. This space was on maps for 100 years and then disappeared. It was forgotten. It was erased by choice. And we have to make a choice every day to not let that happen again. That when we find something that has been erased, when we find someone that history did not respect, that was lost to the textbooks, that was erased from the textbooks, that was never in the textbooks, that we must add them to the textbooks. We must be louder than the silence that is put upon us. And we must know, especially at this time in our nation, that this is not a black and white issue. This is every color in between. As we know that immigrants and our brothers and sisters are being held illegally, for what? For trying to live the American dream? I was just said earlier, there are many African Americans and Black Americans who cannot trace their ancestry back. I'm one of them. But next week, I'm able to go to England and see the white side, dating back to the 1700s. How sad of a history is that? That I'm able to see where one space immigrated to, but not know the other side who was brought here in chains. And we must sit in the awkwardness of these conversations. I'm the first African American elected to the City Council in Portsmouth, and we believe the first deputy mayor in the state of New Hampshire, which is an accomplishment, but is one that took hundreds of years too long. As you just heard those names, African Americans and Black people have been making strides in progress in New Hampshire for hundreds of years since its foundation. And we must respect that culture, and we must lift it up, and we must lift up every single person who is in here and standing here today in this very scorching sun, but luckily not rain. But history cannot be forgotten, and we must sit in the discomfort, and we must welcome the conversations of the dualities of life, that you can be equally Black and equally white, that you can be equally proud of your African heritage as your Irish and English heritage, and you can be loud about both, and nobody gets to choose your right but you. Justice is not only in DC, it is on the corner of every community every weekend. It is every march, it is every celebration, it is every letter you write, it is every phone call, and it is every act of kindness that you put out in the world. We must stand for what we believe in. Because the fall of democracy is not in a third world country, it is not overseas, it can be at our back door. And it starts with erasing a map, erasing history, erasing a presence. But it doesn't happen when we have this, when we have a proud history that is full of everyone. And I am so thankful. We have letters from Congressman Chris Pappas and Senator Jean Shaheen, those will be on display. But I'm so happy, a few years ago, I got an award, the Maggie Hassett Spirit of Opportunity Award. And I've taken that to heart every single day. that I have the opportunity to empower people and to be empowered myself, to lead and be led. And I have the honor today to introduce Representative Maggie Goodlander and my good friend, Senator Maggie Hassan.
Happy Juneteenth. I am so honored to be with all of you. I am so grateful to the New Hampshire Black Heritage Trail for all the work you've done. And if some of you haven't had a chance, I haven't been to every one of the stops on the trail, but visiting the trail has taken me here and Exeter and Warner and Nashua, and where else have we been? And Milford and Newmarket, which is where Mr. Cheswell lived, the first elected black man, we believe, in the United States, was from Newmarket, New Hampshire, so just right down the road. Look, we've talked a little bit today about the complicated and conflicted history that brings us here. My father was a child of the Deep South. He grew up in Jacksonville, Florida during Jim Crow. And his ancestors enslaved people. That is a very painful and shameful part of my history. My dad also fought in the Battle of the Bulge, the first battle in our country's history where the troops were truly integrated, not because we were suddenly enlightened, but because the casualties were so high they needed everybody they could. And for my dad, that was the light bulb moment. Everybody on that battlefield was sacrificing for their country in the same way. My dad used to ask us at the breakfast table, "What are you doing for freedom today?" Which is hard when you're like in 4th grade to answer. But the point he was trying to instill in us is the point that Reverend Thompson made and Joe Kelly made and other speakers will make, which is that this gift of democracy is one we have to work at each and every day. Our founders wrote those magnificent words. We're all created equal. And that vision statement, that mission statement, is what informed Abraham Lincoln as his views evolved and he grew more and more determined to preserve the Union and began to understand that he couldn't preserve the Union if a large swath of its people weren't free. He didn't come to that overnight. He literally prayed on it. But that vision statement sticks with us. I think a lot about Jude Hall, who the Heritage Trail honored in Exeter. Jude Hall was enslaved. He fought in the Revolutionary War and won his freedom. Then 2 of his children were kidnapped and sold into slavery. And his grandchildren fought in the Civil War. Jude Hall believed in the vision of freedom that our founders laid out. He and his descendants were willing to fight for it generation following generation. I am asked a lot today, given what's going on in our country, what can I do? What do we do? Some of you, I tend to be someone who likes to kind of solve a problem, get things done. I'm usually not particularly focused on big speeches or proclamations. But right now, words are the powerful tools that we have, and words matter. The Declaration of Independence matters. The words we use in rededicating ourselves to freedom matters. Our voices and our votes matter, because progress is not a straight line. You know, if you listen to some of the wonderful spiritual music that enslaved people used to sustain them, yourselves, you can listen to a performance by Paul Robeson at Carnegie Hall in 1958. Didn't the Lord deliver Daniel? It's a wonderful, wonderful piece. I recommend it to you, but the point is, in 1958, Paul Robeson still needed to be singing it. So we all have work to do to live up to that mission statement that is our Declaration of Independence, to follow the example of Jude Hall and so many others who understood the value of freedom and understood that it has to be nurtured, it has to be sustained, and sometimes, yes, it has to be fought for. So happy Juneteenth to all of you. Last thing I will just say is my wonderful colleague, Raphael Warnock, was talking to some of us this week. It's been a week. In a difficult time, it's been a week. And, you know, what he reminded us of is that it was African Americans who transformed a religion that slaveholders had used to enslave people into a liberation theology. It's a very, very powerful thing. And he closed with these words. He said, God loves us into freedom and frees us into love. Let's all take that with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hassan. Jerry Ann, Reverend Joe, thank you so much for welcoming me here today. I just want to say, to be in this place, this sacred place, on this day, Freedom Day, with all of you, is a gift, and I'm grateful to be here. I want to say something about this place, and Joe said it so powerfully. This is a sacred place that we forgot, that was erased from our history. And I believe we are what we remember. The good, the bad, and the ugly. The original sin, which is slavery, which we have to remember today together, because in remembering together, we become who we are and who we can be as a country. And that to me is the beauty of America. It's a nation that together strives to be a more perfect union. To be with you on this day, Freedom Day, a day where we commit to breaking every chain. I'm seeing these words right in front of me, and it's moving me. To break every chain in what we're in right now, which I see right in front of me, these words, a war on injustice. And we are in a war on injustice right now. But I also see the words of Micah 6:8 in front of me right now. To do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly. And that's what we gotta do together. And that's why I'm so grateful to be with all of you. You can't fake showing up. And you can't fake showing up together. And that's what we gotta do now more than ever before. You know, when I think about the war on injustice that we're in the midst of, and when I think about what we're fighting for, it's a country and a constitution that starts with 3 simple and forever powerful words: we the people. That's what this is all about, we the people. We can't forget that now. And look, our history, I get strength from being in this place on this day with all of you, because it is going to take a commitment to fighting with everything we've got, and that is what I'm trying to do on your behalf every single day in the United States House of Representatives. We're in the people's house. The people's house, your house. The fight and the stakes have never been higher. They really haven't. We're in a war on injustice, and it's not an understatement. The fight for freedom is real. The freedom, as it's been said, to know our history, to breathe clean air, drink clean water, to love who we love, to be who we are, to remember together the things that are true, as ugly as they may be. This is what our country is all about, and this is what's on the line. And I want to say to you that You give me hope. You give me energy. Representative democracy may be failing across the country, but here in New Hampshire it is alive and well. And this is our history. As Jerry Ann said, this is New Hampshire history. This is New Hampshire's future. This is American history and America's future. And it all comes down to you, to we the people. So God bless you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for showing up today. Thank you for speaking up. We need you. God bless you, and God.
All right, as you see there, this is part of this celebration that's going on right now in New Hampshire. We've been listening into several speakers as they've been stepping up to the microphone, but we don't have a shortage of Juneteenth events here on Live Now from Fox, so we're going to continue on with our coverage now. I do want to put this up on your screen as we transition to our nation's largest city in New York. This is from New York Mayor Eric Adams, saying generations of African Americans toiled in slavery, and we remember their struggle for liberty and dignity. Now we fight for a better country. On behalf of our ancestors every day, we owe it to them. Let's now transition, though, out to New York City live as they're holding
I'm a lion.
Now please welcome NJ, the musical stars, Trey Frazier and John Edwards, who will bring their powerhouse vocals to the stirring duet, Lily's Eyes.
All right, as you see, we're listening into this Juneteenth celebration that's happening right now in New York City as so many people are out there in Times Square. They do appear in Times Square there, just listening into the ongoing concert. This is one of those feeds that we're getting in, and it's been incredible to see all the sights and sounds. Again, with some of these cameras there, just want to give you an update here on Live Now. If you've never watched us before, this is what we do. We're able to feed in live feeds from all around the country. This one is courtesy of our partners there at Fox 5 in New York. So their camera person is there on the scene. We don't have contact directly with him, but we appreciate him for being out there to be able to bring us these feeds in. So if the camera is moving around the crowd, he's also just getting some sights and sounds and shots of the ambiance. We'll continue to listen in again as people are stepping up to the stage there in New York City.
From death she cast a spell. All night we hear her sighs. And now here comes a girl who has her eyes. She has her eyes. The girl has Lily's hazel eyes. Those eyes that saw him happy long ago. Those eyes that
hear that we have lost our shot there out of New York. So we will step away from this for a quick moment. If that shot is able to come back up, we'll certainly give you those updates here on Live Now. But again, this was one of those shots again, and one of those coverage moments that we had there out of New York. We again certainly appreciate our partners there at Fox 5 for bringing that to us. So if they're able to get the shot back up and running of those performances, we'll certainly take it. In the meantime, let's head back out to Portsmouth there in New Hampshire, as this live event is also going on as we're celebrating Juneteenth. Let's listen in. All right, as you can see there, just listening into this celebration that's happening right now in New Hampshire, it's been impressive listening into some of the drumming as well. We've been watching this ceremony throughout the morning, so we certainly appreciate, again, all of those out there to celebrate the Juneteenth holiday. That's what we're going to continue to do here on this special Juneteenth edition here on Live Now from Fox. So let's continue on, because we were just listening into that concert that was happening in Times Square in New York as Broadway is celebrating Juneteenth. We have that feed once again. We want to go out to it here on Live Now.
Call from the coroner said a son's been gunned down, Can you come now? Tears in her eyes, can you calm down? Please, ma'am, can you calm down? It rained fire in the city that day. They say a river of blood in the streets. No love in the streets. But then came silence from the city that day. They say just another one gone, and the city moved on. She stuck there singing, baby, don't you close your eyes, 'cause this could be our final time, and you know I'm horrible at saying goodbye. When I think of all you could have done, at least you'll stay forever young. I guess you picked the perfect way to die. Oh, I guess you picked the perfect way to die. New job, new city, new her. Bright-eyed, you would have been proud if you knew her. Flashing lights in the mirror, pull over, pull over. A couple nights in detention and it's over. A whole life's over. They came marching in the city that day. They say, carrying signs in the streets, crying eyes in the streets, but they heard nothing from the city.
All right, we just wanted to bring you a portion of that celebration once again out of Times Square in New York City. Just a portion there, a quick piece of some of the celebrations that are going on across the nation. Let's go ahead though, Shannon, and see what's happening online. We've been checking in periodically to see how folks are responding. Let's go ahead and pull up some of these tweets as well. This one we have from the Senator Cory Booker. He says, as we continue to celebrate our freedoms and remember the incredible fortitude and determination it took to secure them, I know our ancestors' work is unfinished, but if we draw on their legacy, we can continue to carry the torch. Happy Juneteenth. And then we hear this one from Kamala Harris, the former vice president, saying, on Juneteenth, we celebrate Black freedom, resilience, culture, and the enduring strength of community across generations. We acknowledge our nation's full history and the long, ongoing fight for freedom and justice for Black Americans. And there she is. She's sitting there with Dr. Opal Lee. She was there the moment as well when former President Biden signed Juneteenth into law to becoming a national holiday. And lastly, though, I want to go ahead and show you this tweet as well. This one is from Bernice King, the daughter of Martin Luther King Jr., saying Juneteenth, Freedom Day. Not familiar with the day? Do some research today. Let's be educated and empowered. Let's celebrate freedom, then commit to freedom now. And so we do want to continue on here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue to do that. We're going to also be talking to some of these experts within history to understand the weight of Juneteenth, what it meant to be celebrating in several parts of the country, as of course this all centers there originally from Galveston, Texas. It does appear that we have our shot back as well there in New York. Let's take this feed.
Keep it going for Tony Award winning Keisha Lewis. Come on. All right, y'all. Get ready to be inspired. This gifted ensemble represents the future of Broadway. Next to the stage, Young, Gifted, and Broadway are performing the uplifting anthem, Joyful, Joyful. Let's hear it. Come on, y'all.
Try
present the Juneteenth Legacy Award, please welcome back to the stage the co-chairs of the Broadway League's Black to Broadway initiative, Devon Miller and Kindred Wiglock Ingram.
This is fun today, ain't it? All right, so the Juneteenth Legacy Award is bestowed upon remarkable individuals who have not only excelled in their artistic endeavors on Broadway, but have also profoundly impacted their communities through educational, philanthropic, and advocacy efforts.
This award highlights the enduring spirit and contributions of those who strive to make a difference, embodying the true spirit of Juneteenth. We are honored to be here today to present this year's Juneteenth Legacy Award to the great Andre DeShields.
So in a career spanning 55 years, Andre DeShields, at age 79, has distinguished himself as an unparalleled actor, advocate, educator, iconic philanthropist, and Broadway deity. As an actor, Mr. DeShields' mission is to fill intimate spaces with enormous beauty. He defines intimate spaces as the hearts of humanity.
Also, as an activist, he endeavors to restore majesty, elegance, and literacy to the Black man's toolbox, to advocate for long-term survivors of HIV and AIDS, and to champion the legacy of the welderly, which we learned is elderly individuals who continue to kick butt. His idiosyncratic career has resulted in a treasure trove of accolades, among them an honorary doctorate of fine arts from his alma mater, the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where he has founded the Andre DeShields Fund.
And we're not done. His other marks of esteem include having garnered Tony and Grammy Awards for his universally acclaimed role as Hermes, messenger to the gods in Hadestown.
Perennially renowned for his show-stopping performances in 4 legendary Broadway productions, including The Wiz, the title role, Ain't Misbehavin', which he received an Emmy Award, Play On with a Tony nom, and The Full Monty, which he also received a Tony nom for his and most recently, for his portrayal of Old Deuteronomy in the radically reimagined Cats, the Jellicle Ball, which was legendary.
Mr. DeShields reigned as the Grand Marshal of the 51st Greenwich Village Halloween Parade, achieving reputation as one of the 10 wonders of New York City. Now please give this year's Legacy Award recipient, Mr. Andre DeShields, a thunderous round of applause.
Good afternoon, my beautiful siblings. Do you mind if I speak a few words? First of all, I'd like to say thank the Lord for making me a black man. Because I've been here in the first row sitting in the sun, but I knew my melanin could take it. Woo! Brother Rashad, this is not a rehearsed moment, y'all. Can I get you and the band to do something for me? Yeah? I'm going to count to 3, and I want you to hit me. 1, 2, 3. Oh! Hit me twice. Hit me 3 times. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. I'm coming after you again. Keep your eyes open. Thank you for showing up today. I was going to be here if nobody came, you understand. Look, I was glad my young friends, young Cara and young John Michael, read from the Emancipation Proclamation. They gave us some important dates. The 16th president of these United States wrote those implacable words in the year 1862. The proclamation didn't become law until the following year, on January 1st, 1863. 2 years later, in the territory called Texas, I want you to understand this, because every year we speak about Juneteenth, and we talk about celebrating freedom. But check this out. In 1865, Juneteenth is about some white Union soldiers going to Galveston and telling the enslaved people there, you're free. They knew they were free, even from the time that they were first kidnapped from the west coast of Africa. They knew in their heads, they knew in their hearts, they knew in their viscera, their guts, that they were free. Otherwise, they could not have been captured. They could not have been kidnapped. The difference is that now the United Colonies of America knew they were free. That's what makes the difference. I speak to some of my colleagues who think Juneteenth is about barbecuing in Central Park. I'm glad to be here on Father Duffy's Square. Most people still call it Times Square. You see that statue right there? That's Father Duffy. This square is named after him. The concrete, the asphalt that we're sitting on, you heard this story before. This is the land that used to belong to the Lenape. That has something to do with Juneteenth, because it's about freedom. Under all of this is the heart of the Lenape. Now, don't you think it's curious that in the same year, 1865, that the Union soldiers pronounced to the enslaved Americans that they are free, that very same year, Texas transitioned from being a territory into a state. There was some collusion going on there. And the bargain that President Abraham Lincoln made was that you can have your statehood because just yesterday you were a part of Mexico. I ain't got nothing against Mexico. However, this was a plan to annex the land that we know as Texas. and take it from Mexico. The deal was, if you want this land, you have to let the enslaved African Americans go. We celebrate this day in the North. It's been a federal holiday for only a few years. But those folks in the South who experienced it firsthand knew for a long time what Juneteenth meant. It goes all the way back to the Middle Passage. Even when we were kidnapped and bound and put at the bottom of the slave ships and brought to the New World, we knew we were free. It was just a matter of time when everybody else would know the same thing. So I'm happy to be here to celebrate Juneteenth. But wait a minute, don't applaud. No, don't applaud. But don't get it twisted. Hit me. Want to try that again? Do not get it twisted. Hit me. We celebrate Juneteenth, just as we celebrate Black History Month, and we keep reminding the United States of America that every month is Black History Month, because American history is Black history. That's easy enough to understand. So it's good that annually we remind the people who think that they are in charge that we've been free for the 500 years that we've been in this new world. But we also realize that we were shackled. Do you know that you can be shackled, you can be enslaved, but still be free? It's what you believe, it's what you practice. As a matter of fact, today, there are some of us who are what? Not free, because they have not let the chains go off their minds. So, my name is Andre DeShields. My pronouns are king, legend, icon, Broadway deity, and now winner and possessor of the Legacy Award from the Broadway League. I don't know if any of you are aware of my Tony acceptance speech. I'm not going to bore you with it now, but I am going to remind you of what the third cardinal rule was. The top of one mountain is the bottom of the next, so keep climbing. I consider this my next mountain, receiving this award. I want to remind you of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Not that you have forgotten, but some of us has forgotten his famous mantra, I have a dream. That dream has almost become a nightmare because of the current administration. You know that our history is being banned. You know that our history is being hidden. You know that our history is being unwritten. I got a word for you. You know our history is being obfuscated. So when we come together to celebrate Juneteenth, we have to remember and not let Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream become a nightmare. It is a privilege to receive this award. But the flip side of privilege is responsibility. And I would like to think that I'm being presented this award, not only because I keep my sartorial reputation up to date, not only because of the way I've entertained you, but how about the way that I have enlightened you? How about the way that we get together and share a little ecstasy? That's what today is about. Because as these young people sang in the song, we have come a long way, but we have a long way to go. One last note. I want to remind you of the mythological Sankofa bird. It's from an African proverb. It's a bird that has no wings, but what it does is deliberately walk in one direction, ahead. But its head is on a swivel, constantly looking behind it. Because what? If you do not know where you're coming from, there's no way to know where you are going. And we're going to mighty places because of our beautiful resilience, because of our beautiful strength, and because of our radical dedication to not only being free, but remaining free. Hit me. Hit me twice. Hit me 3 times. Oh! I want to give this last shout out to the Broadway League, because they don't have to do this. However, we all realize that if Broadway doesn't keep its eye on the prize, how else are we, artists and activists, going to hold on? We very well may be the last successful experiment in democracy, those of us who come to the theater, because we know about collaboration, we know about plurality, we know about government for the people, of the people, and by the people. We are the people.
Mr. DeShields.
Yes.
Excuse me, King.
Yes.
We have a special
We got a special treat
to
for you.
here today. We have from Hell's Kitchen, I'm sorry, the musical Boot, my bad. Jamie, Amy, Jasmine, Amy Rogers singing Don't You Care from your hit show, Play On.
Jasmine, come on, baby.
Congratulations. Oh my goodness.
Thank you so much.
Of course. This is for you.
Okay, I'm gonna take it.
You are the best.
I'm gonna take it.
Andre DeShields, everybody. Yes. I've always dreamed of a love affair, so tender, so sweet, so grand. I don't know why, but this love affair is not working out as I planned. Don't you know I care? Or don't you care to know? If you know I care, how can you hurt me so? Darling, you are part of every breath I take. Would you break my heart or give my heart a break? I can't figure out what love is all about, or where I fit into your scheme. Am I wasting time? Please tell me, 'cause I'm down to my last dream. Darling, please be fair. Love me or let me go. Don't you know I care? Oh, how I care. Oh, don't you care to know? Thank you so much. Happy Juneteenth, y'all. Amazing, amazing.
Yes.
Bye.
Give it up for Jasmine Amy Rogers. Oh my God, you guys better go see Boo. But give it up for Andre DeShields. All right, up next, Ragtime's Nichelle Lewis singing Respect. Where's she at? Nichelle. Come on, put your hands together. What you want, baby? I got what you need. Do you know I got it? All I'm asking is for a little respect when you come on. Hey, baby, when you get old, mister, just a little bit. I ain't gonna do you wrong, but you gonna. I ain't gonna do you wrong.
All right, as you see there, just listening into this event that's happening in New York City. And our thanks to our partners there at Fox 5 in New York for bringing this to us. Of course, we just heard that incredible speech there from the 2025 award winner, Andre DeShields. He was on there speaking on the importance of Juneteenth and, of course, also making remarks about Broadway in general and how New York has contributed to the culture. So we wanted to bring you some of those moments out of New York City here on Live Now from Fox, an example of Broadway celebrating Juneteenth. That's an annual event that happens each and every year. All right, here on Live Now, we're going to continue on with our coverage on our special Juneteenth stream of some of these events. Also checking back in, though, now with some of the comments that are happening online. Going to put this up on your screen. This is from Chicago's mayor, Mayor Brandon Johnson. He says, "Happy Juneteenth, Chicago. Juneteenth is not just a commemoration of emancipation. It's a call to action. It's a reminder that freedom must be made real in housing, healthcare, education, and opportunity." Going on to say Happy Juneteenth, Freedom Day in Chicago. Also hearing from Senator Amy Klobuchar, the senator from They're saying on Juneteenth, we celebrate the triumph of freedom and honor the resilience of Black Americans in the face of centuries of injustice. Today and every day, we must continue to push for more than just society. So we wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now. Lastly, here leaving off with Representative Ted Lieu, saying 160 years ago, the last enslaved Black Americans in Galveston, Texas, finally received their freedom. Today, we celebrate the enduring fight for freedom and continue advocating for justice, equality, and opportunity for all. And with that being said, we were just talking there about some of the history of Juneteenth. He's speaking on the fact that it was 160 years ago that this day occurred in Galveston, Texas. And so we've been talking with some of our experts throughout the week in preparation for our Juneteenth celebrations today. We want to go ahead and continue that coverage right now on Live Now. Right now, we're going to take the time to look back at what the history of Juneteenth looks like. We're going to be speaking with one of the doctors there from Indiana State University there in South Bend. Let's listen into this coverage here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with our coverage of Juneteenth holiday. Of course, we've been diving into the history, and that is what we're going to continue to do here. That one was not the correct interview, so we're going to step away from that for just a second, still continuing to showcase some of the live looks that we have still there in New York as well as we get that queued up. And that's what we've been doing all day long here on Live Now, is watching here as we've been continuing to watch some of these Juneteenth events and also diving into the history, checking out as well some of those tweets and things that are also online. So we'll continue to do that here on Live Now from Fox, but also taking the time to make sure that we're honoring Juneteenth and some of these celebrations that have been happening around the country. And in the meantime, like I said, we did want to listen into this interview that I was able to do a bit earlier this week, diving into the history of Juneteenth. Let's listen into this on Live Now from Fox. Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Again, we want to continue on right now with our coverage of Juneteenth. I want to put this up on your screen. Of course, we know this is an important holiday here in the United States. And as you know, Juneteenth, the history, the legacy, also known as Freedom Day or Emancipation Day, commemorates the effective end of slavery here in the United States. It's celebrated on June 19th each and every year, marking that day in 1865 when the Union soldiers arrived in Galveston, Texas, and announced the freedom of enslaved people. And so to talk a lot more about the history and how we've arrived to this point now, I want to bring into the conversation with Indiana University at South Bend, Dr. Heller. He's the director of the Civil Rights Heritage Center. Dr. Heller, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, Dawn, thank you for bringing me on. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I just gave a brief synopsis. Maybe that's as much as someone may know about Juneteenth. But let's get into the conversation. Juneteenth was a very important day, the first ever one, June 19th, 1865. Can you talk about the history of Emancipation Day, Freedom Day, also known as Juneteenth?
Yeah, no, there's a couple of things that I think are really important to note when we talk about Juneteenth. It's often described as the day that the last emancipated slaves were freed, the last slaves were freed. And that's not quite accurate. One of the things that's really important to know about the history that produced Juneteenth is that the other thing that is often noted relative to Juneteenth is that it occurred 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. In principle, I think what we are often taught is that the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863 actually was when Lincoln freed the slaves. But in truth, the Emancipation Proclamation only freed slaves that were under Union occupation, and actually did not touch slavery at all in border states. So all slavery did not end in 1863, and nor did it end in June 19th, 1865. But it is the day that the Union troops finally reached the last outpost of the South in Galveston, Texas, where those who were still held in bondage, even though the Civil War had ended 2 months before, in April, when Lee had surrendered at Appomattox. Slaves those who were held in slavery in Galveston weren't told about that at the end of the war until the Union Army came, had reached that far, informed them that they were free. That is a day that now, I think in the Deep South, that is the last outpost of slavery. However, and we can come back to this as part of our conversation, it didn't end slavery in the United States. That didn't actually happen until December 6th, 1865.
And so as you're talking about this, you're right, there are a lot of misconceptions because even as you're doing research on it, because it's such a significant day, would you say it's more of a placeholder to have as a representation as opposed to being the most historically accurate as you're going into more of the history behind the day?
Yeah, no, I think it's exactly right at first. I think it's important to hold as a placeholder. And I think that any celebration of emancipation by people of color, and particularly people of African descent in this country, is an important recognition and acknowledgement. And we should absolutely, honor June 19th and Juneteenth as a holiday that we've created, that we've acknowledged, we as Black people in America have acknowledged. But I think it's also important that we don't fall into the trap of the triumphant narrative of progress that slavery ended then and then everything kind of began to be all right, because the story is much more complicated than that. And the history is much more convoluted. And, and one other thing is that, as another historian has said, that freed people, that even though people might have been freed on June 19th, freed people are not necessarily free people. And so freedom in all of its manifestations is, I think, something we're still actually striving to and striving for.
And so as we're talking a little bit more about that history, I would love if you would take some time to educate us again a little bit more of the structure of how things looked there in the South after the Emancipation Proclamation. That was the date that a lot of folks focus on as well, from Abraham Lincoln. Take us on a journey from there until those folks who were held in slavery were eventually free.
No, and thank you for that, because I think that journey is an important one that we go very slow with. Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation that went into effect January 1st, 1863. And essentially what the Emancipation Proclamation said was that states that were in rebellion against the United States at that time, as of January 1st, 1863, that those held in bondage in those states would be therefore and forever free. But that sounds good. I mean, it sounds like a real proclamation of emancipation, but a couple of things. It didn't affect slavery in the states that did not leave the Union and join the Confederacy. So there were 5 border states that the Emancipation Proclamation did not affect the freedom of people of African descent in those locations. Also, the Emancipation Proclamation was really unenforceable on the Confederacy unless Union troops were there to enforce it. So the Emancipation Proclamation only had force in the states or in the locations where there were Union soldiers occupying territory. And as the Union Army, marched through the South, slaves or those who were enslaved kind of self-emancipated by running away often to join the Union Army, to go behind Union lines for protection and safety. But again, as the Union Army marched this way, first, Sherman cut through to the east, and then as they begin to march west, it took until June 19th, 1865, for the Union troops to extend the way all the way through the South. In the meantime, General Lee had already surrendered in April of that year. So in April, April 9th, 1865 is when the Civil War formally ended. So it took 2 more months for Union troops to actually put down the skirmishes of intransigent, you would say, Confederate soldiers who refused to put down their weapons until they were overpowered. Again, that didn't happen in Texas until June 19th in 1865. So that's the kind of story between 1863 with the Emancipation Proclamation and June 19th, 1865 with Juneteenth. However, the end of that story, or maybe not the end, but the last part of the story in terms of full emancipation, didn't really occur until the 13th Amendment was ratified. So again, the Emancipation Proclamation did not affect slavery in states that were not in rebellion against the Union Army. And those states were Missouri, Kentucky, West Virginia, Delaware, and Maryland. Slavery was not abolished there, and slavery didn't formally end there until the 13th Amendment was ratified some 5 months later.
That's a huge piece of history that we really need to be focused on, because it is, as the Juneteenth is so important as the symbol, it's also important to know the history behind what was actually happening there at the time. And so, again, we do know that the 13th Amendment is what formally ended slavery here in our country. But as you are continuing to walk through the history of Juneteenth in general, why do you think that folks have really latched on to the day and you're continuing to celebrate it now? Of course, we know that it had a moment of resurgence in 2020 after the riots and the marches in response to the tragic death of George Floyd. And it was truly then, I feel like there was this resurgence of appreciation for the holiday as a whole.
Yeah, no, I think it is a moment that we should pause on. It is a moment because, again, every moment of emancipation, any time that freedom is actually given and taken, should be celebrated. It was a fight against oppression. It was a fight against white domination, and it was a time that Black people in America seized the moment for themselves to celebrate. And in the same way that Black people, the meaning of July 4th is a very different meaning for many Black Americans than it does for the nation as a whole. Because in 1776, when the Declaration of Independence was first signed, it didn't really apply to Black people. So when we talk about independence or Freedom Day or Emancipation Day, these are days that we mark for ourselves and acknowledge that our own history and our own participation in making that freedom possible is something that we need to claim, we need to acknowledge and celebrate.
And so as folks are continuing on this holiday, I want to ask you, because there's always the question of how do you celebrate Juneteenth? Is there a right way in your eyes that folks should be acknowledging the holiday? Is there, or is this a moment of reflection as well as looking ahead to the future?
No, I don't think there is a right way. There's actually several different kinds of Juneteenth flags, and people do it differently. It began as a really small celebration in Texas. And as Black people moved across the country, they brought that holiday and that acknowledgement of Juneteenth with them. That other Black people, even though in the North, other parts of the country, kind of embraces our own as well. I mean, the freedom of that last remnant of enslaved people in the occupied South is significant. So today, I think the way that many people celebrate it, or that's a really useful way to celebrate it, is to gather with friends and family and loved ones, and to share our culture and to really kind of talk and spend part of the day acknowledging the history that we've tracked through that's gotten us to this point, and the acknowledgement and realization that we are not there yet. That the notion and idea of freedom with a capital F is still an aspiration, I think, in America for people of African descent. And actually, it's a much bigger conversation perhaps, but I think the challenging white supremacy as an ideology that both led to slavery or led to slavery as a racialized institution and certainly outlived slavery is still an ideology that we have to continue to confront, every day. But taking a moment on Juneteenth to pause, to gather with friends, to gather with family, to gather with loved ones, to celebrate our culture and the contributions that we've made is an important activity. And we should continue to like deepen our own knowledge and understanding of the history that produced our present moment.
And so I have to ask you, Dr. Heller, and throughout some of these interviews and conversations I've been having, a significant moment that sticks out to a lot of folks is how Juneteenth became a federal holiday. It was a federal holiday for the first time in 2021, just 4 short years ago. Can we talk about that transition to acknowledging it on a national scale here in the United States? Of course, we've been discussing how this has been a part of the Black community for many years, but it's seemingly now reaching the ears of many others.
Yeah, no, I think that the national acknowledgement is critical and important. I think it's also important not to put too much stock in that because it was a federal holiday. Our administration is rolling that back. So those kinds of there's a bigger struggle still to be had because it's not describing Juneteenth, as a federal holiday and as something that the nation recognizes and celebrates is wonderful. But when we still have to look at the practices and policies that are oppressing not only Black people, but generally people of color and poor people and people of different sexualities, that there's still a long struggle. I talk, in some of the classes that I teach, I talk about, Black Lives Matter, meaning that we also have to acknowledge that gay lives matter, that women matter. If we really believe in Black lives and that Black Lives Matter, we have to celebrate and recognize the breadth and diversity and beauty of all Black lives. And I don't think that we're there yet. If a federal holiday acknowledging it as such is great. I don't think that we should sit back on laurels with that though, because as we know, those kinds of acknowledgements can also be rolled back and subverted, as I believe that they are being done. I believe that's being done so now.
And Dr. Heller here with Indiana University South Bend. I have to ask you, you've put this together so wonderfully, how you've taken us through a journey through time as to what Juneteenth meant, how we got to that place. Any final thoughts before I let you go as we're entering into yet another year of celebrating June 19th?
Yeah, no, I think that we appreciate, that acknowledgement and that you're writing the story. I think that's important that we do broadcast this wide and broadly. But I think that the history of this country and we're going to see this again next year and even more intensely when there's going to be a competitive or competing narratives next year, because that is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And there's going to be a lot of national celebrations about that. It's going to be important that Juneteenth doesn't get buried in there, for one thing, and also that history that I tried to give a snapshot of isn't overshadowed by a narrative that is designed to make us feel good, but also covers over the truth and doesn't really acknowledge the contributions of Black people, people of color, immigrants, and those who are now, I think, more under attack and will be kind of silenced and erased if we don't continue to bring our voices forward. So it's great this Juneteenth. I think next year, Juneteenth is going to be even more important.
And so, of course, maybe we'll have to have you back on the program next year, as well as we're celebrating again Juneteenth here on Live Now from Fox. Dr. Heller, you've been fantastic in giving us this history, even in the brief moments that you were able to, and just walking us through how Juneteenth has related to us in the past, but also what it means for us moving forward. I appreciate your time.
No, thank you very much.
All right, I certainly appreciate Dr. Heller for joining us for that conversation earlier this week, really diving into the history of the holiday, the meaning behind the day. Of course, all of this that we're doing here on Live Now from Fox today is in honor of the federal holiday Juneteenth. So we've been walking a bit through history, and as he was able to give us some larger context here, we can also talk about what Juneteenth looks like today. Let's check in now with Fox's Chris DeMio. He has a look at how those celebrations will be looking around the country.
Thursday marks the 5th time Juneteenth is being observed as a federal holiday, with celebrations honoring the end of slavery in the U.S. taking place coast to coast.
We're standing on the shoulders of a lot of people who sacrificed and a lot for us to be where we are today.
Juneteenth commemorates the day Union soldiers marched to Galveston, Texas back in 1865, letting thousands of enslaved people know that they were free, 2 years after former President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation.
When Lincoln freed the slaves in 1863, it was hard for word to get around. So by 1865, people in Washington decided we needed to send something to Texas so that they knew that the slaves were free. So they called it General Order Number 3.
Historians say troops arrived posting handouts of the order. The only one of these papers still known to exist is on display at the Dallas Historical Society through October 19th.
Celebrating Juneteenth as Emancipation Day also means that we're acknowledging enslavement. So it gives us a chance to reflect on where we've been and where things are going.
Meanwhile, from Chicago to New York, local leaders have been participating in Juneteenth flag-raising events.
Lift every voice and sing.
While former President Biden, who established Juneteenth as a federal holiday, will celebrate at a historical church in Galveston on Thursday, other local Juneteenth events have been forced to adapt this year after many have reported losing financial sponsors, citing pushback surrounding diversity, equity, and inclusion programs.
In 2025, the celebrations of Juneteenth, I think, are reflecting the sort of bifurcation that we see across politics.
Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
Our thanks to Chris DeMeo. He was able to take us through what Juneteenth is looking like as well. So we're going to continue our coverage here on our special stream on Live Now from Fox by also continuing to check in with some of those statements that are going on X. Want to put this up on your screen. This is from Nancy Pelosi. She says, today we commemorate an important milestone on America's long road towards liberty and justice for all. Juneteenth is not only a reminder of slavery's stain on the soul of our nation and a celebration of freedom, but an opportunity to recommit our fight for a more perfect union. That's there from the former Speaker of the House. As well, let's now listen to this statement from Usher. The singer says that June 19th isn't just a date. It's a testament to resilience, a celebration of freedom delayed but not denied. This Juneteenth, let's honor the past, recognize the present, and commit to a future where liberty and justice are truly for all. And so wanted to go ahead and show you that one, but also continuing on with some of our lawmakers here. This is from Senator Elizabeth Warren saying that on Juneteenth, we celebrate the end of slavery in the United States. Today, we also recommit fighting for racial justice. I will not stop fighting to root out the systematic discrimination that infects our country and set our country on a better path. Wanted to bring you some of those remarks there from Senator Elizabeth Warren, as well as the account of Dr. Maya Angelou. Even though Dr. Maya Angelou is no longer with us, her account on Twitter put out this message saying, the truth is, none of us can be free until everyone is free. A legendary quote from her saying that Juneteenth marks the delayed freedom of enslaved people in Texas in 1865. Today we celebrate, reflect, and renew our commitment to the ongoing work of liberation for all. Let's put up one last one for this segment here. Hearing from Stacey Abrams, the politician out of Georgia. She says Juneteenth is a celebration of freedom and a reminder that justice delayed is still justice denied. We honor the resilience of those who waited for years to learn of liberation, and we recommit to fighting for the freedoms still being denied today. So there we have it, some of those tweets that we're able to listen into from some of our leaders all around the country. And we had an amazing opportunity to go back to where it all started. In that conversation, we were just talking to Dr. Heller about how Galveston really is the point that many people look to when it comes to recognizing Juneteenth. Let's go ahead and listen into this interview that I had a bit earlier today with the mayor of Galveston, Dr. Craig Brown. He was able to walk us through what Juneteenth looks like in their city, why it's important for it to be celebrated all across the country, but also looking to the pieces Galveston is able to add to the conversation. Let's listen into this interview on Live Now from Fox. With us here on Live Now from Fox, I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with our coverage of Juneteenth. Today marks a very important day all across the United States. It's June 19th, 1865, that it was official that the Union troops finally made their way down to Galveston, Texas, to let them know that the war had ended and the Emancipation Proclamation effectively freed those who had been enslaved. And so we now want to check in with Mayor Craig Brown there from Galveston, Texas. He's there in the city where all of this started. Mayor Brown, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now.
Happy to be here and happy Juneteenth.
Happy Juneteenth. So let's start with the very basics. I gave a pretty quick overview of truly what things are there and why the city of Galveston is so important. But I have to ask you, in your own words, can you speak to the importance of the history that the city carries?
Well, I can. Juneteenth is not only recognizing the freedom for slaves, but Juneteenth really closes the circle of freedom for all Americans. We celebrate July 4th as freedom, but also there were many individuals in our country that were not free, and that's Juneteenth now signifies freedom for all Americans.
And so as we're talking about that freedom for all Americans, it's really a testament to how Galveston started the conversation so many years ago. How have you seen things and the celebrations there in the city? What do they mean for those folks?
Well, it means a lot to our community. We're very proud of Juneteenth. We celebrated Juneteenth, and it was celebrated in 1865 when the Major Gordon read the proclamation in the orders here signifying that slaves were free. Over the years, it's gotten better and better and more involved. It's expanded across the country. And with the recognition of Juneteenth as a national holiday, now what we're looking at is celebrating that, and it's bringing in individuals from around the country and around the world to Galveston to actually walk in the same footsteps of those individuals when it was celebrated in 1865.
And so we're showing some footage here as well of the flag that hangs in so many cities around the country. This is the Juneteenth flag, but again, it has that important date on it, June 19th, 1865. You pointed out an important point. This has been something that has been celebrated there in Galveston for many years. As we're continuing to move forward with our history, Mayor Brown, I have to ask you, how do you hope that Galveston remains in this conversation? What else does it mean for you, for the city, to continue to have events and highlight the importance of what this day means there in Texas and around the nation?
Well, and here in Galveston, we want to be the focal point for Juneteenth and also to represent what Juneteenth stands for. We're in the process of our local government putting together and working with other state and federal organizations to put together a national Juneteenth museum. And that will be coming forth in the future here. And hopefully every year, not only during Juneteenth, but also throughout the year, individuals can come to Galveston and really recognize what Juneteenth means.
As you're talking about that, that's extremely exciting. I didn't realize there was a Juneteenth museum in the works there in Galveston. Can you give us any other sneak peek details about what it might encapsulate?
Well, it would involve all of those, the memorabilia and all of the other areas that are involved with Juneteenth. One good thing about Galveston, and we were just proclaimed by our state legislature this year to be the capital of Juneteenth. And what it means here is you not only can come, go through a museum and look at all of the past accomplishments and so forth since 1865, but what you can also do is walk in the exact footsteps. You can walk in the exact route that Gordon Granger, as he moved through the city reading that slaves were free, you can walk in that same route and visit those same buildings that are still here today.
I mean, that's going to be an extremely exciting thing. Hopefully, you'll be able to come back on the show so we can talk about it once it does officially launch there. But before I let you go, Mayor Brown, again, as we're talking about the fact, you brought it up earlier today in the conversation, pointing out that Juneteenth is now a national holiday. When you heard that news that President Biden had done this former President Biden had done this back in 2021, what did it mean for you and the city overall?
Well, it solidified the recognition of the importance of Juneteenth. We had many states recognizing it as a state holiday and then recognizing it as a national holiday. It really gave credibility to the importance of Juneteenth. And as we're about President Biden, I'd like to let everybody know that he is scheduled to be here in Galveston this afternoon to help us celebrate Juneteenth.
And so, of course, we do plan of having coverage of that here on Live Now from Fox as well. So we certainly appreciate you, Mayor Craig Brown, there in Galveston, Texas. Any other thoughts before I let you go?
No, I would just recognize and invite all citizens of America to celebrate Juneteenth. It's not only, as I mentioned, a holiday recognizing freedom from slavery, but recognizing the importance of freedom here in the United States of America.
And we certainly appreciate you for taking the time to join us here on this Juneteenth, previewing all the things as well that the city of Galveston is doing to celebrate the holiday. But again, the holiday reaches so many more here in the United States. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Great conversation there with the mayor of Galveston, Texas. Of course, that is the place where Juneteenth is truly celebrated the most here in our country. But again, the city is so important to what we're seeing across the country and those celebrations that are continuing to happen. So we appreciate him and there for his time. And as he mentioned, we do know that former President Biden will also be there in Galveston, Texas later on this evening. He's due to arrive there in the city for an event at 7 p.m. Eastern time. We'll carry that as well on our main feed here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's check back in with some of these tweets that are also still coming into our newsroom to celebrate the holiday. So many different aspects that we want to continue to get to. This one, though, from California's Governor Gavin Newsom, saying June 19th, 1865 marked a turning point in American history and a hard truth that freedom in America has never arrived for everyone all at once. This Juneteenth, let's honor that relentless spirit of liberation and the abolitionists who righteously fought to secure it. He's there alongside his wife as they make that message. Also hearing now from Philadelphia Eagles. They are speaking out in honor of the holiday, saying it's a day to reflect, learn, and celebrate freedom. Juneteenth, that graphic there on the side says, more than a date, it's a legacy of resilience and liberation. We honor the truth of our history, the strength of those who endure it, and the continued pursuit of equity for all. So as we're going throughout this rest of this day, we're going to continue to check in with some of those places as well. And you may have missed it, but earlier this week, we also checked in with some of these key cities all around the nation. Here's a live look that we have there in New York City as they held a celebration earlier this month to raise the Juneteenth flag. So you may notice a flag. You may ask yourself, where is this flag from? What does this flag mean? But this is all about the Juneteenth flag. Now, this Juneteenth flag is a symbol that was created back in 1997. This flag was the brainchild of one of the advocates today. His name is Benjamin Haith, and he is now in his 80s. But this is the flag. This is an example of the ceremony, of the raising ceremony that happened also earlier this month in Chicago. But the Juneteenth flag, as I said, was originally created by Ben Haith, the founder of the National Juneteenth Celebration Foundation back in 1997. It has a symbol on it as it stands there alongside other flags there in our country. But you may notice something that's really interesting about it. The red, white, and blue colors, all with the date of Juneteenth on them. So we're going to go ahead now and continue our coverage here on Live Now from Fox. We were grateful enough to speak with the creator of the flag, Ben Haith. We sat down for an interview with him to talk to him a little bit more about what the flag means to him, why he felt it was an important contribution to Juneteenth and our history overall. Let's listen into that conversation here on Live Now. Christina Evans. Today, we're continuing our special coverage of Juneteenth. I want to put this up on your screen because if you're out and about today, you might notice on this holiday another red, white, and blue flag flying over many state capitals and city buildings. This is a banner with a bursting star in the middle, a representation of the Juneteenth flag, a symbolic representation of the end of slavery here in the United States. And to talk a lot more about it, I want to bring in the creator of the Juneteenth flag, Ben Haith, to join our program now. Ben, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, Christina.
Well, obviously, it is such an honor to have you on our program to talk about something that is so symbolic on a day like Juneteenth, the flag in general. Can you first just start off with the inspiration behind creating a flag that is meant to represent this holiday?
Well, Christina, I'm now 82 years old, and the Juneteenth flag goes back in time to my childhood, recalling a memory of my mother talking with her sister in the state of Virginia about Juneteenth. The name stayed with me, I believe, until my adulthood because my aunt's husband's name was June. So I heard Juneteenth, and then I knew about my aunt's husband named June. So I'm in Boston now. I've raised a family. I've become a community activist. I've become a part of Boston, and I hear the name again, Juneteenth, and I said that name resonated, and I did some research, and I thought, well, this holiday, even though it wasn't a national one, it was in Texas and mostly Texas. I thought it needed a symbol, and I consulted with a number of artists, and a wonderful artist from Boston named Lisa Jean Graff called me one day, and we met, and I told her what I had thought the flag should be like, and she captured it, and now we have the flag.
And we're seeing it being raised in so many cities and states all over our country. And I think it's so important to walk people through the colors, even as we're looking at this video footage of the Juneteenth flag right next to the American flag. A person can easily see the same three colors are involved, red, white, and blue. Can you tell us a little bit more about what the colors are and what they mean?
Well, that's an important question because there was some resistance on the part of some people that the flag should have the red, white, and blue colors. There was another flag that they thought would better represent Juneteenth flag. But I did some thinking about how our ancestors worked hard to make this country what it is. And even though they weren't given citizenship, they were citizens, and therefore they helped make this country what it is, and therefore we needed to have the colors of the United States, as well as the star that represents 50 states, and also represents the Lone Star state of Texas. And it's meaningful that we have this star rising on the flag over the horizon into the universe in the heavens, representing a new day and a new time for a people that were enslaved, as well as this country. When the slaves were freed, the country was freed. They were freed of that issue of holding people captured. And so this represents a momentous time for all Americans and humanity throughout the world.
And so as we're watching these images that are pouring in, of course, I appreciate you for breaking down the elements of the flag and what it means, but there's also the date that's on the flag. Can you talk a little bit more about the significance? You're not often seeing a lot of flags that have words on them or numbers, but specifically the Juneteenth flag does have June 19th, 1865 on there. Walk us through that thought process.
Well, the date to me was very important because a lot of the history of the enslaved people was not given to the American people, and even the date of the Emancipation Proclamation by President Lincoln, there really wasn't anything that most of the country thought was important. So this day represented something important, and so I recommended to Dr. Ronald Myers, who was advocating for Juneteenth to be a national holiday. I said to Doc, that's what we called them. I think the, the date would be important to put on the flag, and then he put it on the flag, and there it is.
There it is, and there it is alongside so many other flags as well that are there at different nations' capitals and state capitals. And again, right there, we're seeing this one being put up in Wisconsin as well. I have to ask you, Ben, as we're talking about the significance of this, seeing the flag alongside other significant flags in our country, including the United States flag, what does that do for you each and every year, seeing it raised in different places?
Well, Christina, I'm glad you asked me that because since I've been involved with Juneteenth and people from all over the country connected to Juneteenth and other just people that I've known throughout my life, I realize how important our ancestors have been. I mean, everyone's ancestors. They've brought us this far. And I tell people we continue our ancestors' journey. And that's what we're doing. And that's what the American people uh, is doing and should be doing. And the rest of the world looks to our country for leadership to provide for humanity. And that's what this United States has done. There's been some challenges. There have been challenges in our history. And now maybe we're going through another one. But our Creator God has protected this country. It has stayed together throughout the challenges that we've had.
And so, as we're continuing to talk a little bit more now, Ben, turning to your background and your activism that you've been doing. So, of course, we know that you're the founder of the National Juneteenth Celebration Foundation, working so closely with others to make this flag come to life. But overall, what does the activism portion of your life mean for you, making sure that that message is being spread?
Well, Christina, when I was working in New York in advertising and marketing, uh, I guess a lot of what I learned stayed with me when I moved to Boston because I became involved in the community. I became a community advocate. I got involved with community issues. And so it's easy for me to relate to what's going on with regular people, senior citizens, eh, all demographics. So um, maybe I forgot the essence of your question.
But no, just what does your activism overall mean to you? You've been doing it for so many years. How did you get into activism in general? And then also moving forward, what's important for you? What message would you like to continue to send to people?
Well, when I became a community advocate for anti-violence and anti-crime, I was referred to social service agency by a man named Lloyd King. Uh, a lot of people know his brother, and his brother's name was Mel King, and he referred me, and there that led me into community activism. I began to work in the community. Actually, Lloyd saw I had an interest in the community, and that's why he referred me to the Roxbury Multi-Service Center. And from that, that's became a part of my life even now, I've been told, Ben, you're busy, you're all over the place. Well, it's just something I want to do, and I feel that helping people is important. And my mother also instilled that in me, and I'm blessed that I had a childhood and parents, but I also realize I'm part of the United States family.
And so, Ben, you mentioned earlier in the conversation that you are now 82 years old. You've lived a life that has made a significant impact. Before I let you go, I'd just like to ask you just a little bit further about what you would like to do moving forward and what message you want to leave behind to inspire others, being that you've been such an inspiration to so many.
Well, I may be repeating myself, but I think it's important for Americans as well as people throughout the world to acknowledge the contributions of their ancestors. It's, of course, we have people that should be recognized who've accomplished great things, but the people supported them. The people have been there and they still are there. They support our economy. They make our economy what it is. They are the people who have faith. It's the people. That's what we need to be concerned with, and that's what we should take care of. And our country has done, in spite of its challenges, we've done a good job in showing the world how important it is to take care of humanity and people.
And so again, we appreciate Ben Haith for being with us here on Live Now from Fox, creator of the Juneteenth flag. We appreciate your time as always.
Thank you, Christina, and have a great holiday, okay?
You too. All right, we certainly appreciate Ben Haith for speaking with us, talking about the legacy of that flag. So now you know a little bit more about the legacy of the flag as you're walking around maybe some of those spaces. You see the Juneteenth flag up in the air. We were able to talk to the creator and understand why it meant so much to him to be able to create a piece of history. So we do appreciate him for joining us here online. But we're going to continue on with our coverage, specifically talking about that Juneteenth flag. So these flag raising ceremonies, they've been held all around the country in the days leading up to Juneteenth. And one of those unique places where they've been held is there in Chicago. I want to put up this live look that we have there in the Windy City as they are celebrating Juneteenth today. Earlier, though, this week, we heard from several officials, including the mayor, Brandon Johnson. They were on stage as they hosted a ceremony to commemorate Juneteenth and show the flag raising. Let's go ahead and listen into some of those remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
Stoke the fire that is the spirit of the God that burns within. Breathe out slowly. Release all the exhaust that we've built up in fighting the good fight. Stand in our power. Sit with our purpose. Feel the vibration of our presence. Let us radically realign any and everything that is off center. Let the healing that comes from that realignment become contagious throughout our city and the entire Chicagoland area. We are here today to celebrate Black folks, to commemorate our freedom through the recognition of Juneteenth, to collaborate as a community, to usher in a destiny authored by the Most High, to grow into a crown that symbolizes our royalty, our resilience, and our readiness for the moment. We are here today to give thanks. We are here today to remember. We are here today to make way. We are here today to create anew. Let us begin. My name is Tujo Joseph, also known as TJ Crawford. I am a number of things, but I am today a proud member of the Chicago Juneteenth Planning Coalition, and I happen to be your MC for today. So let's give ourselves a round of applause for being here today. We've got a full and robust program, so I'm not gonna take too much of our time. Y'all know the city got a quick hook when it comes to these events, but that hook will not take us out of the spirit of what we are here for today. To honor, to remember, to celebrate, and to know where it is that we are going to know where it is where we are, and to know where it is which we have come. So after I take my seat, we will have an opening prayer and libation, Reverend Dr. Ebony D. Only. We will have remarks by my brother David Peterson, who will bring up those that we are honoring today, Carol Johnson, Cassiopeia Meekins, and Pomone Rami. And we will have a musical performance by a musical performance of I Am by Unique McNeil. And I'll be back a little bit later to continue us on our agenda. So without further ado, is Dr. Ebony here? Dr. Ebony Only.
We gather today in sacred remembrance and profound celebration as the city of Chicago raises the Juneteenth flag. Raises the Juneteenth flag in honor of freedom and liberation. We thank the Honorable Mayor Brandon Johnson for his leadership in recognizing this sacred day. And we thank Dr. Carla Coopy, Chief Equity Officer of our great city, for her dedication to advancing equity and justice in our beloved city. We call upon the ancestors whose names we know and those whose names have been lost to time. We honor those who walked this earth before us, those who dreamed of this day, who planted seeds they would never see bloom. On this day of this flag raising, we remember June 19th, 1865, when the news of emancipation finally reached the enslaved people of Texas, marking the end of slavery in the United States. Honored elders, keepers of our wisdom and tradition, we ask first for your permission to begin this sacred ceremony. Thank you, Elder. May we have your blessing to pour libation in remembrance of our ancestors and to honor this day of Juneteenth in the manner that is pleasing to those who came before us. We thank you, elders, for granting us permission to proceed with this sacred act of remembrance. As we pour this libation, we remember that the water connects life. That water connects all life just as our bloodlines connect us to our ancestors. Water is like memory. It flows through time, carrying stories from shore to shore, from generation to generation. We pour these sacred waters for the ancestors, for those who lived and died in bondage, for those never knowing that freedom would come, for those who crossed the waters against their will, for those who never made it across, and for those whose bones rest at the bottom of the Atlantic. We pour libation in remembrance. Ashe. For the ancestors who survived until that glorious day of June 19, 1865. For those who heard the news of those who resisted. For those who danced for freedom. For those who ran away. For those who fought back. For those who created community. Those who kept our traditions when everything was taken. We pour this libation in gratitude. Ashe. For those who built new lives in freedom, including right here in Chicago. For the great migration ancestors who traveled north seeking opportunity. For the land that received their blood, their sweat, and their tears. We pour libation seeking continued progress and justice. Ashe. We honor our ancestors who survived the Middle Passage and bondage, who never surrendered their humanity, who passed down songs of freedom in whispers, who carved pathways toward liberation with bloodied hands. We honor the ancestors who built great civilizations along the Nile, Nigeria, and Congo, whose innovations in agriculture, mathematics, and astronomy and art form the foundation of human knowledge that benefits all of us today. We honor those who received word of freedom on June 19th, 1865, who celebrated in the streets when the news finally came, who understood that freedom was not just the end of bondage, but the beginning of possibility. We honor those who came to Chicago during the Great Migration, who carried Southern wisdom to our northern city, who created vibrant communities like Bronzeville despite redlining and violence, who insisted on dignity when dignity was denied. We honor our Chicago justice warriors, Ida B. Wells Barnett, who made this city her home and documented terror while demanding accountability. Fred Hampton, who organized for justice right here in Chicago. Tamil Black, who chronicled our city's Black history for civil rights. On this day, we raise this flag. We acknowledge that freedom delayed is freedom denied, that it took 2.5 years for the news of emancipation to reach all enslaved people, that even after June 19th, 1865, the struggle for true freedom and equality continued. We acknowledge that here in Chicago, we continue that struggle, that what we seek today is not charity, but justice, not handouts, but the full realization that freedom that Juneteenth represents. Today, as the city raises this flag, today as our great city of Chicago raises this Juneteenth flag, we declare we are our ancestors' wildest dreams. We acknowledge that the full freedom and equality, that road is long, but our ancestors taught us how to walk it with purpose. As this flag rises above our great cities, we invoke their wisdom as we continue their work. We channel their courage as we speak truth to power. We embody their resilience as we build new systems. We honor their sacrifices by refusing to settle for less than what justice demands. Now I invite each of you to call on your own ancestors into this sacred space. In our tradition, to speak a name is to bring that spirit into the present. I invite that as a collective, we name 3 ancestors. They may be your blood relatives, they may be your community elders who have passed on, or historical figures whose legacy has shaped our path and our city. As each name is spoken, we will together by saying Ashe. Let their power be present. I will begin by calling the name of Rufus Fontainelle. Ashe. 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 Ancestors named and unnamed, known and unknown, we feel your presence among us today. As this Juneteenth flag rises over the city of Chicago, guide our words, sharpen our vision, strengthen our resolve. May we be worthy of your legacy. May we create a world where your descendants can finally breathe. On this day, we recommit ourselves to the work of justice and liberation. May the work we do in Chicago reverberate these states we desire to be united. May the work we do in Chicago be a blueprint for the world. May the work we do in Chicago honor your sacrifices and bring us closer to the beloved community you envisioned. Ashe, amen, and so it is.
The Chicago Juneteenth Planning Coalition is proud to partner with the mayor of the city of Chicago, and we are a group of Black Americans from across Chicagoland that are descendants of families who survived U.S. chattel slavery. Our group was formed in 2019 to establish and preserve Juneteenth as a holiday. Our steering committee is made up of individuals and organizations that have a demonstrated commitment to the health and well-being of the Black community, and who have either led or participated in Juneteenth activities for more than a decade. In 2021, we officially named our coalition and expanded citywide, where a major part of our work has been determining the best ways to truly honor those whose ancestors gave their lives and contributed so much to the development of this country. Although Juneteenth is primarily focused on African Americans, we believe that anyone in this nation who has benefited from centuries of forced labor or the formerly enslaved should acknowledge and support Juneteenth in our efforts. The Chicago Juneteenth Planning Coalition cultivates culturally competent and family-friendly events, and we create space for the population impacted by the legacy of slavery to commune and address our ongoing needs. And in that spirit, I want to bring up Dr. David Peterson, Jr., Pullman Porter Museum President, to kick off the recognition of our honorees. Please welcome David to the stage, to the microphone.
Great morning, everybody. Do I have permission from my elders to speak? If I do, say ashe. Thank you so much for being here, first and foremost. Thank you to the grand architect of the universe, the God Almighty, for allowing us all to be here. Thank you to the people of the City Council, the mayor, for putting this together, helping us put this together. And thank you for all of you all for taking your time to be out here. Today, we're here to celebrate some freedom fighters, some change agents, and some wonderful community. I'm President and Executive Director of the National A. Philip Randolph Pullman Porter Museum, a 30-year-old cultural institution that is honoring 100 years of the legacy of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters this year. In that spirit, I want to make sure that it's understood that let the pathways that we create today of information serve as the portals of our economic fate in perpetuity. And with that being said, I just want to take a very, very personal time to acknowledge the people on this stage with me right now. I've had the privilege, pleasure, and honor of watching you all selflessly give of yourself time and time again in the community, Cassiopeia, in the world of business, in the world of preserving our history, heritage, and culture. Thank you. Brother Pramod Rami, your ability to preserve our history, heritage, and culture through cultural economic development in the arts community and the film community, thank you. Sister Carol Johnson, for your selfless work on the west side of Chicago and throughout the city, building community, engaging in community engagement, and making sure that our history, heritage, and culture is preserved. Thank you. And from the bottom of my heart and from the depths of my soul, I want you all to know that your work is not unrecognized, and we appreciate you. The community needs you, and we will continue to stand on your shoulders as people who have set this way for us. Thank you.
So without further ado, we want to call up our first honoree, the elder of our steering committee, Ms. Carol Johnson.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Carol G. Johnson. Today, the G stands for grateful. I am the founder of the West Side Cultural Alliance and also the founder of the 1865 Fest. First of all, I would like to thank Mayor Brandon Johnson and his staff for allowing us just to have this opportunity and continuing the legacy of Juneteenth. I would be remiss if I don't speak about the ancestors and the shoulders that I stand on. One of the reasons why I'm here is because of a young man from the West Side, and his name was Ricky Brown Sr. Anybody that's on the West Side know that Ricky was an advocate for Juneteenth. He had a vision that he laid out for some of us, and I was able to sit under his leadership and continue the legacy. One of the things that he always talked about was making Juneteenth a holiday, not only a city holiday, but a state and federal holiday. By the grace of God, he was able to still be alive when that happened. Another vision that he had for us was also what we call a Juneteenth festival in Garfield Park. And the reason why Garfield Park was so crucial, because Garfield Park on the west side is kind of the center of the park. You have Douglas, you have Humboldt, but Garfield was the center of the west side of Chicago. So that was very important for him to have a festival in Garfield Park. I'm here to say that we continue that festival called the 1865 Fest. It's a 3-day celebration in Garfield Park. And one of the visions for him was to raise the Juneteenth flag in Garfield Park. We were able to raise the Juneteenth flag in Garfield in 2018. And so he was able to see that vision come to pass. Another vision that was spoke about under his leadership was opening what we call a cultural corridor on the west side of Chicago, from Chicago Avenue and Cicero to Austin. again, that's one of the visions that have started to come to pass. And the last legacy that he talked about was to have a cultural center on the west side of Chicago. And my mission as part of the Juneteenth Chicago Planning Coalition, and I want to thank the Chicago Juneteenth Planning Coalition for allowing me to be the elder on the committee as well. But my vision is to continue his legacy to help build a cultural center. My vision now as an elder is to impart it to the younger generation, to tell the stories of our history, to never forget where we came from. We have to understand where we came forward in order to move forward. And so I challenge each and every last one of you to tell those stories to your children. Talk about the ancestor. Talk about the history, because those stories will be passed on from generation to generation. That's one thing we have to do as a culture and as a race. We have to tell our stories about our history. And with that, I thank you all so much for allowing me to just stand before you as an elder, and I appreciate every last one of you. I love my community, I love my city. My 4 things I had, the 4 C's. I love Chicago, community, collaboration, and culture. And thank you so much.
To the elders in the room, may I speak? I don't know, I was a little shaky. Thank you. I first want to say, Adupwe Ifa, Adupwe Olodumare, Adupwe our ancestors. What I just said is we give thanks to God. We give thanks to our ancestors. We know the word Ashe, which is like amen, so be it. Here's some new Yoruba words that come from the continent of Africa in the country of Nigeria. It's called Adupwe. It just says, we give thanks. And today, I just give so much thanks. I'm thankful for our ancestors. I'm thankful for the enslaved ancestors that suffered, that bled, that were brought here without their permission, forced here, lost their ways, lost their continent, lost their homeland, came here to create a whole new, amazing world that we benefit from right here today. I'm so thankful that they were able to endure so that we can be here today. And it just shows our strength. It just shows our beauty. I'm looking at it right now. I'm thankful to my mother for being such an activist, to being so true to our culture, to our pride, and being relentless to our own family, to our own community, to ensure that I grew up with the knowledge of African history, of Black history, of Chicago history, and to stand tall with so much pride. So I remember back in 2013 when I learned about Juneteenth. And I knew that no one up here in the North was celebrating it. And I said, we've got to do this. I got to do something about this. So my birthday is June 8th. So I decided, you know what? Instead of celebrating my birthday, I'm going to use it to celebrate Juneteenth. We know we all love to show up for birthdays, right? So I said, come on over to my house for my birthday. And 100 people came over. And when I had my birthday speech, I thanked our ancestors. I thanked our enslaved ancestors. And I asked all my family and friends that came out to make sure that they honored their ancestors, their grandmothers, their grandfathers, their great-great-grandmothers and grandfathers, because of them, we are here. And that grew and grew to Culture Connection, to collaborations with the National 8 Philip Randolph Pullman Porter Museum with Dr. David Peterson and Dr. Hughes, to DuSable Museum, to Dr. Carroll doing amazing and huge celebrations, to the Chicago Juneteenth Planning Coalition, and I'm just so proud. We've grown this thing to thousands and 10,000s of more people all over the city and are the pioneers for a national holiday. Give it up, everybody. A federal holiday. So now I'm excited about the next level. and just seeing Juneteenth celebrations in everybody's backyards, just like that happens for that other celebration, correct? And us honoring our ancestors together is so important to remember them and to remember the enslaved that we specifically lost during the Middle Passage. That's a very vital part. So when you reach out and you say those names, make sure that you say those names of the own that didn't even make it here. So before I go, I want to thank the City of Chicago, Mayor Brandon Johnson, the Chicago Juneteenth Planning Coalition, our honorees, Mama Carol, Brother Pomone, Baba Reeve, and fellows out here that's been doing this work for forever. Sister Africa, who's been out here doing this work forever. Brother Tudros on the stage, Sister Lucretia, Brother Brian, to Sister Tammy, to the whole coalition, Brother Marquin, Alderman Hall, to all the officials out here that has been doing this work. You are not forgotten. To my own mother, to our mothers, to my husbands, DeAndre Meekins, Ifayemi Adesonye Awoyade, a priest of the Yoruba tradition, to our strong, beautiful children, all 7 of them blended and beautiful, and to our strong community. Again, my name is Cassiopeia Meekins, co-founder of theblackmall.com and TBM 360, along with my beautiful husband, and I thank you.
My people, my people, my people. It is such a beautiful day. You know, it could be hot, it could be steamy, it could be raining, it could be doing anything, and you could be any place other than here, but we greatly appreciate the fact that you have come out. I want to just say good morning. Good morning to you, to all of my cherished friends, families, and the esteemed guests. As I stand here before you, I am overwhelmed with a profound sense of pride, gratitude, and joy to be included in the 5th annual Juneteenth raising of the flag, which celebrates the freedom of Black people. Receiving this recognition is a moment that encapsulates my career in edutainment, entertainment, and institution building. I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to Mayor Johnson, the City Council. I also want to sincerely thank my mentors, colleagues, members of the community, and most importantly, my family and loved ones. A special thanks to the Juneteenth Planning Coalition, Dr. David Peterson, and the Chicago Reparations Task Force. I must also thank my incredible wife and business partner, Masekwa Myers. On May 4th, 2025, we celebrated our 50th year of marriage. I'd also like to acknowledge our sons, Babatunde Takuma. Takuma is here in the house with me. I appreciate the fact that he is here, as well as our 13 grandchildren and our 5 great-grandchildren, who represent the legacy that we appreciate the most. Juneteenth, as has been mentioned, celebrates June 19th, 1865, when enslaved Black people in Galveston, Texas received the news that they were free. Now, no slave master was going to tell them. No evening news to spread the word. No Facebook, no TikTok, none of that. However, on June 18th, 1905, less than 40 years later, Mayor Johnson, what did Chicago do? We stepped up. The Pickens Theater was founded, the first Black-owned theater in the United States. In 1910, William Foster opened the first Black-owned film company in Chicago. Chicago stood up and became the linchpin for the first Black Arts Center, the first Black museum, the first Black hospital, the first Black nursing home, the first black-owned insurance company, and the first health food store. Chicago has always stood up, has always showed out. I was born in Providence Hospital in the middle of Bronzeville. My mother graduated from DuSable. I attended Crispus Attucks as an elementary school, which was named after the first black man killed in the American Revolution, and to Wendell Phillips, named after an abolitionist. Now, my path was set. When you go to schools and you know the people that it was named after, and you remember the legacy that has placed you in the spot where you are now, you have to stand up. And Chicago, to me, has always been that. It has been a place of dreams. It has been what the Native Americans used to call the center of creativity. And we continue to look at that today. With the current attack on the arts, books, and black history, we must continue to tell our stories. My book entitled When Blackness Was Golden, Observations from the Front Line, is available at the Buddy Bookstore in the Cultural Center and all around the internet. You can get one if you want to pick it up, but it tells our story as we are responsible for telling our story, for maintaining the fact that we, in spite of everything that we have gone through, were resilient. We, in spite of everything, has constantly shown our brilliance and our creativity. And we continue to do that today. In conclusion, as we continue to move forward, let us remember our ancestors as warriors, ever striving to make a difference in our lives and in the world. Let us continue to support each other and aspire to heights even greater than we have today. There's a father and son having a conversation. And the son says to his father, "Daddy, you always tell me that the lion is the king of the jungle, yet in every book I read, the man always kills the lion. Daddy, why is that so?" So the father looked at the son and said, "Until the lion learns to write, the story will always end the same. Until we continue to tell our stories and demonstrate the fact that we did not come from a history of slaves. We came from a magnificent history of architects and engineers and teachers and parents and everything else that is represented in the world. I thank you for this recognition, and let's keep it moving on and keep it stepping up. Thank you."
Between the ghetto concrete, I am the spark in your brain, igniting change when I speak. I am ancient writing on the wall to help you remember. I am the statistic that you ignored and never considered. I am greatness, I am change, I am reality rearranged. I am the fire that burned it all down so that you can start it over. I am a universal force to be reckoned with. I'm a soldier. I am. You are. We are. We are. Ghetto cry, and I
Hello? Okay. I just said that this gave me goosebumps, so one more time for Miss Unique. This was great. All right, I have the honor of introducing our next speaker, Alderman of the 5th Ward, Desmond Yancey, who also will be serving as co-chair of the Reparations Task Force. So I'm very, very excited to welcome him here, along with other Alder people that I see, Alderwoman Haddon, and I think I saw Harris somewhere as well. Thank you so much, and also all the commissioners and department heads that I see here. Thank you so much for being with us today. And without further ado, Alderman Yancey.
It's a celebration, y'all. Let's give it up. If you'll indulge me for a moment, we're gonna do a little call and response, but I'm gonna be brief because, you know, electeds like to talk a little bit. So say, I am beautiful. I am powerful. I am strong. I am resilient. And I am free. Before I get started, I want to honor my colleagues who are here. Where's my list? I see Cook County Commissioner Tara Stamps, City Treasurer Melissa Conyers-Irvin, Representative Kimberly Neely DuBaclaye, and then members of the Chicago Aldermanic Black Caucus. Those present, I see Alderwoman Haddon, Alderwoman Clay, Alderwoman Taylor, Alderman Hall, and Alderwoman Harris. And then I thought I saw Chairman Vasquez around just a few moments ago. So this is not just about us. This is about all of us. Amen. So again, it is an honor to stand before you as Alderman of the 5th Ward from Chicago's amazing, wonderful, beautiful, powerful, and resilient South Side, full of communities that are rich in culture, resilience, and history. From South Shore to Woodlawn, Greater Grand Crossing, and Hyde Park. It don't get no better than that, y'all. But I'm especially proud to join you this morning as we commemorate Juneteenth, a day of reflection, resistance, and celebration, and recognize the progress of Chicago's Reparation Task Force. Today is about more than honoring freedom. It's about working together to repair the present and build a future rooted in equity, dignity, and justice. On the South Side and in Black communities across Chicago, we know firsthand what generations of systemic disinvestment have looked like. We've lived through the consequences of redlining, predatory lending, educational disparities, health disparities, mass incarceration, and unequal access to all the things. These aren't abstract policy failures. These are lived realities, etched in the daily lives of Black Chicagoans across generations. As Alderman of the 5th Ward, I've worked with the community and the city to renovate and reinvigorate our communities. In South Shore, we have a $5.5 million investment in the future home of the South Shore Chamber of Commerce. We've invested millions of dollars in Greater Grand Crossing with the Exchange Project, which is home to Chicago's 211 system and has reinvigorated a community that has long been forgotten. And I'm working to pass the South Shore Housing Ordinance, or commonly known as the South Shore CBA, so that we can protect and promote Black housing, Black home ownership, and Black folks. Continuing this work that we owe to our elders, those that marched and sacrificed on the front lines of the civil rights movement, and we owe it to the next generation, those who are stepping up into leadership, because they're looking to us to lay a foundation of justice that they can build upon. So together with my colleagues on the City Council, I look forward to working very closely with Mayor Johnson and the Mayor's Office of Equity and Racial Justice to continue advancing this mission. So in the words of Curtis Mayfield, let's keep on pushing and pushing forward, because Chicago cannot afford to simply talk about equity. We gotta live it, we have to deliver it, and we have to be it. So with that, it is my great pleasure to introduce Chief Equity Officer Carla Coupe.
All right, thank you so much, Alderman Yancey, for your kind words. Again, Mbote, as was just mentioned, my name is Carla Coupe, and I have the honor and responsibility to serve as our city's Chief Equity Officer in the Office of Equity and Racial Justice. Today, as we gather to commemorate a historic celebration that honors the long journey toward equity and dignity, we are also called to reclaim this moment together. In the face of fear and uncertainty, Communities are rising with resilience, transforming adversity into act, and reclaiming that power to shape a future that is just for all. This is not new to our communities or our office. In fact, moments like today are what initiated our healing efforts. As many of you recall, in 2020, Chicago, along many other cities across the country, was suffering from the trauma on a number of fronts, including the disparate impact of COVID-19 on the Black and brown communities, and the civil unrest in the wake of the murder of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and others, and many others. The pandemic and the response to injustices revealed that the lasting impact of 400 years of racist policies that have denied people of color and their communities fair access to resources and power. Rooted in stolen land, stolen labor, and racial zero-sum thinking, these harms are still embedded in our systems today. In response, our office co-led a practice of collective healing throughout the years as part of our Together We Heal initiative. From holding community conversations to investing in community healing, we made sure to provide Chicago with tools and space for transformative healing. Our approach to the collective work of healing is very simple. Reflect on our past, reclaim our present, and reimagine our future. And our office has committed to build and strengthen sustainable community and wealth building ecosystems in Chicago throughout community wealth building initiatives that you will hear about shortly. But today, we continue our commitment to healing, equity, and power sharing, and that will never change. And I'm excited that I can continue to drive similar commitments that drive reparative and healing efforts. Last year, around this same time of the year, we announced our commitment to establish a reparations task force that will define reparations for Chicago through a comprehensive study. Acknowledging generational harm through the form of reparations is about repairing the past and reimagining tomorrow. That is why this task force will launch a study designed to lay out a clear roadmap to reparations in Chicago, a roadmap rooted in community voices and historical truth, and one that points us toward the kinds of transformative policies we need. Policies that shift power to those most impacted. Now, this work is not easy, but it excites me to share this space and this responsibility with people as committed as you all here today. Thank you everyone for showing up today and every day. Let's continue to shape the future of Chicago together, one that is rooted in repair and prosperity. And now it is my honor to pass this on to the Honorable Mayor Brandon Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Grateful to be here today, and I'm grateful that all of you are joining us today on such an incredible moment in our world's history. Thank you to our Chief Equity Officer, Carla Coupe, for her leadership and her unwavering commitment to equity and justice. I'm grateful to all of the members of the City Council that are here today, the City Council's Black Caucus, to our state elected leaders, our county leaders, including grateful to have our City Treasurer here, Melissa Conyers-Irvin, to all of the department leaders that are reflective of this administration. I also thank the Juneteenth Planning Coalition, and again, all of the city departments and community partners for joining us as we raise the Juneteenth flag. You know, Juneteenth holds great historic relevance and significance here in Chicago, but it is also significant for our entire country because it offers us an opportunity to reflect on where we've come from, but more importantly, where we're headed. You know, we often talk about being descendants of slaves, but the truth is we are descendants of free men and women who were enslaved. We are the descendants of artists and doctors and leaders and engineers and intellectuals, farmers, workers, mothers and fathers, people who were put in chains and forced to struggle for our collective freedom. We are told that Juneteenth is a holiday to celebrate those who were free. But that's not entirely accurate either. As W.E.B. Du Bois taught us, as enslaved people, we fought to free ourselves. So this is just as much of a recognition as we honor our collective struggle. Here's what we did, though. We threw down our tools and we picked up arms and joined the Union Army. We fled the plantations and then we organized the most effective general strike in America's history to force the Confederacy to surrender. It is up to us to continue that ongoing struggle, to fight for the liberation that we all need and deserve. During the Great Migration, my family, like many other families, came to the North and landed in the city called Chicago and fought to secure a better life for posterity. And because of that sacrifice and hard work, we are leading the third largest city in the entire country. Our work is paying off. Juneteenth is a reminder that freedom is a constant struggle. The second that we stop fighting for it, we will lose it. And during the first year of my administration, I made it very clear, made a promise to drive reparations and become the first mayor in the city of Chicago to actually dedicating funding to that endeavor. Reparations is not just an acknowledgement of our past. Reparations is an acknowledgement of the past sins and how it's more important now than ever that we continue to fight for complete liberation. But we see the sins of the past and the vestiges of slavery still seep its way through our economy and through government. We see it more clearly now than ever before. The legacy of slavery in America is obvious to anyone who actually cares to pay attention. The Confederacy is certainly alive, and we can feel and see the pulse of the Confederacy manifest in the Donald Trump administration. But we also can feel the heartbeat of America that still beats for justice. The heartbeat for justice still remains strong. We saw it this weekend with millions of people taking it to the streets to fight for justice. We see it in the faith leaders who are standing up for the basic tenets of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We see it in the diversity of our strength. We see it in the unity and the power that we are fully embracing today. Because diversity is truly our strength. Unity is the most powerful weapon in the face of hate and division. And that's why I was proud to have signed the Executive Order 2024-1, establishing a reparations task force to develop a Black reparations agenda. The Reparations Task Force will be responsible for producing not just a study for reparations, but it will outline remedies for repair, focus on wealth building, housing, education, health equity, and so much more. And we are proud that this week we will be announcing the Chicagoans who will serve on that task force. Together, we will define a bold and just reparations roadmap for all Chicago. I do understand that there are members of the task force, some of whom that are here today. They're here this morning in show of their complete support of this effort. Could you all who are part of the task force just stand up so that you can be acknowledged for your dedication and services? Please give these incredible Chicagoans a round of applause. I want to be very clear here. When we talk about reparations, we are not talking about something that is far off in the distant future. There is work we can do today to repair the harms of the past and build a better future for posterity. We know that historic disinvestment by government and private sector has left too many of our communities, particularly the South and West Side neighborhoods, without control of the assets in our own communities, excluding us from wealth building and opportunities. And that is why today, in collaboration with the Department of Planning and Development, under the leadership of Commissioner Sierra Boatwright, we are proud to announce a historic $4 million investment into community wealth building in the greatest city in the world, the city of Chicago. The Wealth Our Way Capital Grant Program. It will be administered by Community Desk Chicago. It will fund community wealth building models designed by the very communities that they serve, with up to $500,000 in capital grants per project and $3.5 million reserved for shared ownership models. The investment will put economic power directly in the hands of the community that have been affected by historic slavery. The impact of this initiative will be momentous. It will reduce blighted and abandoned buildings along commercial corridors on the south and west sides, while also creating safer and more walkable communities. Local ownership will give residents more control over the product and services entering in our communities. And worker co-op businesses will provide a path for generational wealth, helping employ people from around the city, but it will also help employees become owners and creators of wealth that they can pass on to the next generation. Wealth Our Way will bring us closer to building the Chicago that our ancestors dreamed of. So please join me in recognizing and celebrating Community Desk Chicago President and CEO, Janae DeFell. Thank you and the tremendous support that Wealth Our Way will bring to Black residents in reclaiming ownership of our own communities. That is the spirit of Juneteenth, you all. It is about reflecting on our past. Other cultures are taught to never forget. We need to be reminded as Blacks here in Chicago and America, remembering our past and working towards a more just future. Investing in Black is not a criminal act. Sister Zakiya says she need a witness, so I'm gonna say it again. Investing in Black is not a criminal act. So good to have your own Amen Corner show up right across from City Hall. I need you on Wednesdays again. So today we celebrate, we acknowledge Juneteenth, but let us continue to do the work to create a Chicago that is just for all. We are building the safest, most affordable big city in America, and we're doing it together. So in conclusion, I do want to recognize the three amazing leaders that have already left lasting contributions to our communities. I want to thank again Ms. Cassiopeia, Brother Payman, and my fellow West Sider and dear friend, Ms. Carol Johnson, for their dedication and commitment to our city. Come on, Chicago, please join me in celebrating these three incredible leaders.
All right, as you can see there, we were just listening into the ceremony that happened earlier this week there as the Chicago mayor and all of those other officials there in the Windy City gathered together to commemorate Juneteenth. So they held this flag raising ceremony, and we've been talking extensively about the Juneteenth flag. If you've been with us here on this special stream provided by Live Now from Fox here on this Juneteenth holiday, we were actually able
For those of you who are able, please stand.
Let's go ahead and finish
Singing
listening in as they
the
have
anthem of
up
Lift
the
Every
audio
Voice,
back up.
performed by Miss Michelle. Thank you.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won.
That concludes our Juneteenth flag raising ceremony. We thank you for your attendance. We thank you for your spirit. We pray that you carry this spirit on with you today and every day as we remember who we are and we pave better pathways, not just for Black folks, but for all of us. Thank you.
All right, as you see there, we wanted to bring you that event out of Chicago that happened a bit earlier this week as we really broke down the very latest as it pertains to Juneteenth. I want to put this up on your screen. They had this flag raising ceremony there in Chicago to honor all of those folks, and it was attended by the mayor there in Chicago as well. So we do want to continue with our coverage here on Live Now from Fox on this special edition of special edition of Juneteenth. As you're taking a look at this screen, this is a tweet that we have there from Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. She tweeted out today, Juneteenth is a powerful reminder of how far we've come and how much further we still have to go. It marks the moment freedom finally reached our people right here in Texas. Our people took what was withheld and built something powerful, resilience, pride, and a legacy that we carry. Let's continue on with those reactions pouring in on social media. This one from the governor in Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer, saying, whether you're gathering with family, attending a festival, or engaging in a community learning, today we celebrate the perseverance of the Black community. True freedom is when we are all free. That means fighting for Black Michiganders and building a more just and equal Michigan. Again, that was the governor there. We've also hearing from the athlete and Olympian, Sha'Carri Richardson, saying today, for the strength, determination, and faith our ancestors had for us to be here today, hashtag Juneteenth 2025. So Sha'Carri speaking out very proudly there about Juneteenth. Also there, Adam Schiff saying on June 19, 1865, the last enslaved African Americans learned that they were free. Today we celebrate Juneteenth, a milestone and a reminder that progress demands persistence. We reflect on how far we've come and recognize how far we still have to go to achieve true equality. And also putting up this tweet from BET Today, we acknowledge and honor Juneteenth, our true Independence Day. On June 19th, 1865, the last enslaved Black people in Galveston, Texas, finally received the news of their freedom more than 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. From then until now, Black joy. And they continue on, of course, there as well. And lastly, this is from Representative Laura Underwood. She says, on Juneteenth, we're reminded of the centuries of strength, courage, and resilience that brought us today, and how we must continue the ongoing fight for justice. Today and every day, we work to ensure America lives up to its promise of equality for all. And that's just a little bit of those comments that are coming in on social media as folks all around the country are celebrating the national holiday of Juneteenth. And so as we've been talking about Juneteenth and those celebrations happening everywhere, if you've been with us here on this special edition, this special stream we have of Juneteenth, we were able to speak to Ben Haith, the creator of the Juneteenth flag, ahead of that ceremony that we played out there from Chicago. So we're going to continue on in the spirit as so many cities around our nation held special days as they put up the flag this year. We're going to be next heading to our nation's largest city there, the Big Apple in New York City, showing you a live look there in New York as we listen in to New York officials, including Eric Adams, as he speaks on the flag raising ceremony that happens there for Juneteenth. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox to, again, Eric Adams and other New York City officials attending the flag raising ceremony.
The way that it should be. And we talked about how Mayor Adams has prioritized minority and women-owned businesses. Out of everything that he has responsibility of in running the most important and most powerful city in the whole entire world, he has focused on economic impact, creating jobs in the Black business community, affording contracts to Black-owned businesses, creating jobs, affording those business owners home ownership opportunities, their respective families better educational opportunities and health care options. I want to introduce to you your mayor, the 110th mayor of the greatest city in the world, Mayor Eric Adams.
Thank you so much. And you just think about it. There was 109 mayors, and the Juneteenth flag was never raised here at Bowling Green. But in 2022, when I became the mayor of the city of New York, this location where slaves were traded and families were ripped apart, and I traveled to the continent of Africa and stood on the shores of Senegal and looked out from Courty Island, realizing that my ancestors left Africa in slavery, I returned with the mayoralty. And that's the greatness of our resiliency as African Americans and what we represent, and why it's so significant to raise this flag. But it's also significant not only to raise the flag, but to do an acknowledgement of our ancestors on how we got here. Look at where we are, people of African ancestry. Right now, you have a mayor of the most important city on the globe is from African ancestry. You have the congressman who is leading the minority party in Congress for the first time, Hakeem Jeffries, African ancestry. Jumaane Williams, public advocate, African ancestry. Letitia James, the Attorney General of the state of New York, African ancestry. Majority leader in the state Senate, Andrew Stewart Cousin, African ancestry. Carl Hasty, the assemblyman, the speaker, African ancestry. You look down the list and you will see that Juneteenth may not have been the day when we acknowledge the ending of slavery, but now we see the accumulation of all of our prayers, all of our ancestors, all of our fighters. America is a great country because they had hundreds of years of free labor that we built America. Don't be ashamed of who we are and what we are. I'm unapologetic. I love this country deeply. I believe this country has provided so much for so many, but let's not get it mixed up. I'm American, but I'm African. I'm African, and I am proud to be African, as any other ethnic group in this country should be proud to be. And we need to continue to understand the significance of the moment when we do these flag raisings. So many countries never had their flag raised in Bowling Green because this city often was dismissive of other ethnic groups as though they did not exist. No one noticed them. When I see them, and I know how proud they are when I raise their flags for the first time when I became mayor. My role as mayor is not only to raise their flag, but raise the people of this city. Because being a mayor is not only substantive, it's symbolic. Symbolism is so important. And if you don't believe symbolism is important, look how things are done whenever something is not coordinated in the proper fashion. But also, as we raise the flag, look over to the left of me and see these men and women of African ancestry that are now members of the New York City Police Department, the greatest police department on the globe, as they continue to keep us safe. This is the same police department that at one time was used to hold down those of African ancestries. Now we see their presence, and we see them rise up to the occasion. Many flags are raised, and I'm happy to raise them, but I'm proud this moment as we celebrate Juneteenth and what it means to all of us. And as we have these young scholars that are here watching us and looking at us, let's hope this plants seed in them that they should be proud, not only to be Americans, but also to be Africans. We are African Americans, and on Juneteenth, we celebrate all that we have contributed to this great country. This country is great because we made it great. Congratulations to Juneteenth.
So can we have all of the honorees only to please come up? Thank you.
How are you? Good to see you.
That's my yes, my Nigerian from Nigeria support.
Can I have all the children come up, please, as well? So children is under 18. Children in spirit and heart, but actual children. Thank you.
The young ones.
What's up, man? How are you?
Hello.
How are you doing? All right.
Hello. Don't go away. Come back and by the mayor. Turn around. Yes. He's 15.
Thank you.
And just so you know, we'll need that back for the national anthem singer. Not the U.S. anthem. The
with it.
Ready? Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening sky. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the darkness has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of a new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won, is won, is won.
All right, as you see there, we're just listening into this flag raising ceremony that was happening in our nation's largest city of New York. We were watching there as they raised the original 13 colonies flag alongside the flag for Juneteenth. We were listening into that moment where they actually sang out the Black National Anthem as well. So wanted to bring that moment to you here on Live Now from Fox. That was a fun moment that we had a bit earlier this month there in New York City, celebrating Juneteenth. And we're going to continue on the coverage here today on Live Now from Fox, and we want to go ahead and get you into the conversation as well just here in a little bit. But let's check in on online to see how some of these comments are still coming in and posts are coming out there on this Juneteenth. This one from everyone's favorite street there in New York, the fictional street of Sesame Street. They said, join us today in commemorating Juneteenth as we honor our past, reflect on what it means to have freedom, and celebrate strength, joy, and unity. So we do want to continue on here on Live Now from Fox to continue on with getting some of those comments on megaphone ready to get our conversation continuing on. But let's first listen into this tweet and look at here what we have from Governor Tim Walz. The observance of Juneteenth calls for us to recommit ourselves to the work of equity, equality, and justice. Each June 19th, and especially today in Minnesota, we are reminded of our incredible capacity to heal, hope, and emerge from our darkest moments with purpose and resolve. So as I was saying, we want to get you into the conversation here in just a moment. After reading out this from Congressman Robert Garcia saying, happy Juneteenth. Today we celebrate freedom, honor the trailblazers who fought for progress, and uplift the immense contributions of Black Americans. We fight for justice every single day and never forget that Black history is American history. So we'll continue to check in there on social media. But like I've been saying, we want to get you and your thoughts into this as well as we're having a conversation about Juneteenth. Time for our polls once again. This is, if you've been following us and if you've been with us for the last few hours, we've been checking in on your knowledge of Juneteenth. Let's see if you had trouble with any of the last ones. We're hoping you can redeem yourself here. Putting the question now up on your screen. This question is officially live on our website. You can do this by visiting livenowfox.com, or you can scan that QR code in the top right corner of your screen. That will take you to a place where you're able to see and participate in our question right now that we have. So this one on your screen right now says, which constitutional amendment officially abolished slavery in the United States? Again, scan that QR code that's in the top right corner of your screen if you'd like to participate in this question. But this is the one that we have right now. We've been having a few, but thanks to my producer as well, Carla, for coming up with some of these questions. She says, which constitutional amendment officially abolished slavery across the United States? The first answer is the 4th Amendment. Second answer, the 9th Amendment. The 19th Amendment is also an option. And lastly, the 13th Amendment. So again, if you don't have your phone and can't scan that QR code that's in the top right corner of your screen, just go ahead and go to our website, livenowfox.com. Once you're there, you'll go to the Vote Now section on our website. That'll take you to a place where you can view and vote in this poll. So we want to know do you have any remarks on which one this is? Any thoughts? Right now, it seems like the 13th Amendment is leading the charge here. The 4th Amendment also has some votes as well. So what you're seeing is votes changing in real time as folks are getting out their phones to scan the QR code or visiting us at livenowfox.com and going to the Vote Now section of our website. But again, this next question is officially live there. Which constitutional amendment officially abolished slavery across the United States? Gonna hold on this for just a few more seconds, getting in any last minute answers. Seems like we might have a clear winner in this one. Let's see if we can reveal the answer. It is, in fact, the 13th Amendment. That's right, folks. It was the 13th Amendment that ended slavery here in the United States. 57% of those who voted got the right answer. So pats on the back to you. Congratulations on having some of that Juneteenth knowledge. We'll still have a few more of these left in our programming just to check in with your knowledge here on this Juneteenth holiday. But we also appreciate you for continuing to be with us. And as we're continuing to talk here and really pay attention to the Juneteenth holiday, let's now check in with one of those experts that we also talked to this week, not only about the past of Juneteenth, we've really been diving into the history and getting an understanding of what that looks like, but looking ahead. What is Juneteenth's impact here in our country, and what does it mean for the future as we're heading into the next few years? Let's check in now with Dr. Courty. He is a professor, an adjunct professor at Pepperdine University, and who covers these things. And so we were able to have a conversation with him about Juneteenth. Let's listen in here on Live Now. On Live Now from Fox, I'm Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with our coverage of this year's Juneteenth celebrations, putting up some video footage that you may see happening all around our country as well, the raising of the Juneteenth flag. But of course, if you aren't necessarily familiar with the holiday, it was June 19th, 1865, that a group of Union troops stopped in Galveston, Texas, to inform enslaved people that the Civil War was over. The Confederacy had been defeated, and enslaved people in Texas were finally free. This occurred 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, as its enforcement was deliberately delayed and resisted. And so today, Juneteenth serves as a federal holiday to reflect on our nation's history and commemorate that emancipation, and looking ahead as well to the future impact of Black culture and community. To discuss a lot more about this, I want to bring into the conversation now Dr. Courty. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and happy Juneteenth.
Happy Juneteenth. And so that's an important day for so many people here in our country. And maybe people may not be familiar with exactly some of the history of it, but it was a moment that changed the entire nation. June 19th, 1865. Can you talk a little bit more about the significance of this day, being that there were people who didn't know for several years that slavery was officially over?
I mean, well, first of all, can you imagine that? Can you imagine finally being free from bondage, finally being free from slavery, finally being able to exercise your agency, finally being able to realize the fullness of your personhood, or at least begin to find yourself on a journey to realizing that personhood so many years after it's been declared. And so, you know, what a time that we live in where we get to do a look back and a look forward. And to me, you know, that's part of uh, the wonder of this celebration, the beauty of this celebration of Juneteenth, which is now a federal holiday. So many of us grew up celebrating Juneteenth at family cookouts and barbecues, but it's great that the nation now recognizes this as a federal holiday. And what a time for us to reflect, to do a look back and a look forward as the very personhood, the humanity of so many of our fellow Americans is being called to question. You know, there's a chill across the country, particularly when it comes to undocumented folks in our country. And I don't think anybody questions, you know, whether or not we should have an immigration system that people engage with to become legal. But I think some of the methods that we have seen documented on video, some of the methods that we've seen documented in the news is deeply troubling. And it's another reminder that it's on all of us to afford humanity to each and every one of us.
And I want to go into a little bit further on that conversation just about the newly calls for recognition in our country. Again, this became a federal holiday back in 2021. It was then President Biden who signed that into law. It was called the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act. And so renewed calls for this attention on the holiday came, of course, after the tragic death of George Floyd in 2020. When we're talking about the linking between the past as well as what it means to move forward as well, what are your thoughts about the fact that it is a federal holiday now following those acts that happened in 2020?
Well, you know, this federal holiday has been a long time coming. As I mentioned before, I certainly grew up in California celebrating Juneteenth with my family. My parents met at a historically black college university in Tyler, Texas. And there they began celebrating Juneteenth. And it's something that they brought when they moved to California. But, you know, this is a reminder that Juneteenth is for all of us. Yes, it represents a very sordid part of Black history. But as you know, Black history is American history. And so it's an opportunity for us all to learn. It's all an opportunity for us all to lean into our history and and grow from it. I think there's no time like the present for us to grow from some of those historical moments, those historical acts that are sordid, those historical acts, you know, that might not make us all feel warm and fuzzy, right? But there's an opportunity for us all to grow from them. I think former President Biden, you know, saw an opportunity to uh, usher in that line of thinking, to extend that to our fellow Americans by making this a federal holiday.
And so also when we're talking about this, you mentioned the fact that it's for all of us because it's been around the nation that July 4th has been accepted as the Independence Day as well. But it's also important to put that same sort of emphasis on a holiday like Juneteenth because of its significance here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, look, you know, I think we can celebrate the nation's independence on July 4th, but also recognize that the reality is that there were so many of our fellow Americans that were not considered uh, Americans. We were considered property based upon the laws at the time. You know, Black folks in this country once upon a time were considered three-fifths of a person. And so we've had a very unique and sordid history in this country. And I think what Juneteenth does is, I think, as is the name of my radio show and podcast, A More Perfect Union, I think it pushes us towards becoming a more perfect union by telling the truth, and by recognizing that, there are folks among us who have historically, been put out on the margins, who have historically had to uh, overcome hurdles that other folks didn't. And so, we can all recognize that. We can all learn from it. We can all grow from it. And so it's not a matter of, recognizing Juneteenth as Independence Day or July 4th as Independence Day. It's all a part of American history. And if folks don't do anything else on Juneteenth but reflect, my prayer is that that will help to make us a bit more of a perfect union if we dare to act on it.
I'm glad you mentioned a little bit earlier that personal touch, saying that you grew up celebrating the holiday. So when you think about Juneteenth, can you walk us through some of those memories that you have from being a child? What kind of sights and sounds did you sort of experience when acknowledging a day like June 19th?
Well, I remember as a kid learning a little bit about the history of Juneteenth. And I could never quite remember, well, what date is it? Is it the 17th, the 18th, the 19th, right? Um, uh, my mind as a little kid couldn't remember that. But I knew growing up that Juneteenth was about celebrating freedom. It was about celebrating family. It was about coming together. It was about, all the things that I think make our community stronger, that makes our bond with one another stronger. And, again, it's available to all of us. I used to look forward to celebrating Juneteenth every year as a kid. And now that it's a federal holiday as an adult, I look forward to it even more. I see it as an opportunity for us to come together, for us to remember the past, but to also look forward. And right now, we live in a time where there's some people that don't want to look at the past. They don't want to read books that make them feel uncomfortable. They don't want to hear stories that make them feel uncomfortable. And Juneteenth is not about making people feel uncomfortable. Juneteenth is about celebrating our freedom. And if you can celebrate, the freedom to do this or that, then sure enough, you can celebrate the freedom that was afforded to so many of our fellow Americans in Texas in celebrating Juneteenth.
And so you've been speaking on this concept of just reflection, but you talked about it early on also in this interview, but let's talk about moving forward as well. The African American community and others can usually use this time as well to look forward, see where we stand in this country and what things they want to pay attention to more moving forward. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I recently had a chance to participate in the State of the People Power Tour that has been traveling across the country and engaging in Black communities with grassroots leaders, grassroots organizations, leaders on the front lines that are doing that future-facing work, doing that future-facing organizing work. And so I think Juneteenth is an opportunity to tap in, right? Not just to reflect, but how can we all be a part of building a more perfect union, starting in our communities? And so, State of the People Power Tour, their last stop will be in Baltimore, Maryland on Saturday. I'll be there for that. On actual Juneteenth, the organization Black Men Vote has organized a virtual convening. I'll be participating in that along with David Banner and their executive director, Michael T. Bland. And so, I see this as an opportunity for us to lean into the spirit of service. Very similar to how a number of folks choose to commemorate MLK Day with serving in their community in some way, shape, or form. I see Juneteenth as giving us another opportunity to come together to celebrate our freedom, but to also find ways to strengthen our bond, to connect, and to serve.
I think that is a beautiful way to put a bow on it. Again, Dr. Courty helping us to break down the significance of Juneteenth, not just about the past, but also the future as we look forward as well. I appreciate you for joining us as always.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate the conversation that I had there with Dr. Courty. He is an adjunct professor at Pepperdine University. You may have also recognized him from some of our sister platforms, including Fox Soul. We appreciate his time as always. He was able to break down some of the nuances as we've taken a lot of today on this special Juneteenth stream to reflect on the past, what the day of Juneteenth really meant back in 1865. But now taking that conversation into 2025 and the future, we appreciate him for sharing a few thoughts as well. So we're continuing on here on this Juneteenth. I want to go ahead and continue to put up some of that reaction that we're seeing pouring out on X. Let's put this up on your screen. This is yet another have from the governor, Maura Healey. She says the governor's office looks out on the monument to the 45th Regiment, Black soldiers who fought for freedom but never saw it fully actualized in their lifetime. Today, we celebrate emancipation through and the profound strength and the joy of the Black community. And so I wanted to put that one up on your screen. Let's also go ahead on to the next one. We have yet another, some more remarks here from the Attorney General there in Tennessee. Today, on Juneteenth, we celebrate the end of slavery and honor America's blessings of liberty. He's tweeting that out with a picture of Abraham Lincoln, the man who signed the Emancipation Proclamation. Also here, some comments from Bernie Sanders. On Juneteenth, we remember the horrors and lasting legacy of slavery. This country will only know true justice when all Black Americans live free of all forms of discrimination. That is not the work of a single day, but of every day. So we certainly appreciate some of those reactions coming in on social media that we're able to highlight. But let's head back to you. We've been having fun here with some of our trivia questions all about Juneteenth. The next one is up. Let's go ahead and check in. And if you'd like to participate in this conversation that we're able to have, just make sure you take out your phone and scan that QR code in the top right corner of your screen there. This is all about some of these questions here. So this one here comes to us. It says, which two Union border states still allowed slavery until the 13th Amendment was ratified? This is some interesting history here. So if you have been with us on the stream all day long, you would have heard some of these answers, especially this one from one of the conversations we had with one of our historians. But again, this is the time you can take out your phone, scan that QR code that's in the top right corner of your screen. And once you do that, it's going to take us to livenowfox.com. And you want to go to the Vote Now tab. You'll be able to connect with us and answer some of these questions as they pop up. So again, the question is, which two Union border states still allowed slavery until the 13th Amendment was ratified? We have the answers there on your screen: Kentucky and Missouri, Maryland and Missouri, Delaware and Maryland, or Delaware and Kentucky. So we've got these answers still coming in. We're seeing those results change in real time. This is a fun part where we're able to connect with you at home as well. This poll, which two Union border states still allowed slavery until the 13th Amendment was ratified? Kentucky and Missouri is currently in the lead here, gaining strong ground after being behind. Again, the other answer below it, Maryland and Missouri, Delaware and Maryland, or Delaware and Kentucky. I think this question also requires you to think back of what some of those states were that may have been in the Confederacy, or maybe not at all. They might have been a territory at the time. I don't want to give away the answer here. I'm also guessing what the answer will be, but I have a feeling I have this one in the bag. So we'll give it just a few more seconds here. Again, if you want to participate, we're going to be continuing on and changing our poll question in just a second here. So make sure you log on to livenowfox.com and you'll be able to, once you're on our website, be able to find the section where it says Ask Now. And once you're able to go to the Ask Now section, you can answer some of our live questioning. But again, if you're joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we appreciate everyone who's been joining in and participating in a lot of these posts that we've been having as well. All right, I think that's been just enough time to get some of these answers in. Let's go ahead and reveal the final answer. The answer, Delaware and Kentucky. This is a shocker for all of the folks who may have selected Missouri and Kentucky. That was not the answer. But there you go. The answer was Delaware and Kentucky with 16% of the vote. This one may be the only one where we've seen people not be able to get it. All right, let's roll on to the next question. All right, here we go. Approximately how many enslaved people lived in the United States when slavery was officially abolished? All right, our first answer already coming in. 0.4 million for the first answer that's coming into our newsroom. But again, if you want to participate in this, make sure you take out your phone, scan that QR code that's in the top right-hand corner. It's going to take you to our website. You can scroll down so you're able to hit the Connect with Us part of our webpage. Once you're able to connect with us, you'll go underneath the Vote Now tab. And so if you are still on the website, you might just need to refresh it so that way that new question populates for you. But here we go. How many people were enslaved in the United States when slavery was abolished? We've got some answers that are all over the field here. The first one, 1.2 million. Second one, 2.4 million. Third one, 3.9 million. Lastly, 9.3 million. This is the question. How many people were enslaved at the time that slavery was abolished? I would assume that would mean the ratification of the 13th Amendment that we just discussed a little bit earlier here on Live Now. And so these answers are continuing to pour in. We're able to connect with folks. We're seeing that data change in real time. This is a close one. We have two, and it's getting closer. These answers, everyone, somewhat evenly distributed on this one. Still 2.4 leads with the votes. But again, take out your phone, scan that QR code so you're able to participate in this trivia segment where we're learning a lot more about the facts and history here in the United States. Gonna leave it up for just about 10 more seconds before we reveal the answer. Again, if you're unable to scan that QR code, you can go to livenowfox.com. Scroll down to the section where it says Connect with Live Now. Once you hit that, you should go under the Vote Now tab where you can cast and submit your vote. All right, even the data is still changing. Tried to give it a few more seconds here. Okay, we're going to take the time to reveal the answer now. Let's see what it is. Let's reveal it. Right now it says that 32.4 million is in the lead. And there it is, 3.9 million. This was a close one. At the end of those results there, 1.2 million at 25%, 2.4 had 35%, 3.9 million people were enslaved at the time that the 13th Amendment had been ratified and slavery was officially abolished here in the United States. So the other one, 9.3 million, had 15%, but 3.9 million was the correct answer. Congrats to everyone who was able to select that one. All right, let's take a look at this question on your screen. this nation, which state was the first to recognize Juneteenth as a state holiday? This is some good trivia for folks out there. Want to take the time to submit some of these answers? Which state was the first state to recognize Juneteenth as a state holiday? Georgia coming in at the top with the options. Texas being number 2 on the list. New York, number 3 on this list. Lastly, Virginia. So, fun fact, I am from the state of Georgia, so I'm going to try to use some of my knowledge from Georgia history growing up to see if I'm able to answer this question or rule Georgia out or vote for it. I'm not going to tell you what my answer is. Keep that to myself while we continue to allow you to vote. So just scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner. It's going to take you directly to our website where you're able to participate in this. So these results are still changing here in real time. Pretty even right now exactly for Georgia, Texas, and New York. Texas just sliding ahead a few moments ago. Virginia, the least amount of votes at this time. But we're watching as these numbers are coming in. This trivia is a good opportunity to just get a little bit more familiar with U.S. history. We've been learning some fantastic facts as we've been going throughout the day. But this is the latest question. Which state was the first to recognize Juneteenth as a state holiday? And it's official. We're going to get ready to close this poll. If you want to, again, participate, we are going to roll through yet another question after this. You can go to livenowfox.com, scroll on our webpage until you see the Connect with Us button. Once you hit that, it'll take you to a section of our website where you can hit Vote Now, and you will be able to answer here. So again, this is the question. We're going to reveal the answer. There it is, Texas, the birthplace there in Galveston. So wanted to put that up there on your screen. We're going to get ready, though, to continue on. All right, there you go. This is our next question now that's up there on the screen. Which U.S. president signed a bill making Juneteenth a federal holiday? This is the next question here. Make sure you're able to take out your phone and scan that QR code if you would like to participate in some of these questions that we have. This one now going up on your screen. Which U.S. president signed a bill making Juneteenth a federal holiday? We have talked about this one on today's broadcast. So I'll be disappointed if you've been joining in with us and you don't have the answer. We've been talking about it with some of our experts and guests. All right, there you see it. So the answers that we have there up on your screen. We have Bill Clinton, as well as Barack Obama, Donald Trump, or Joe Biden. Those are the answers that you have the ability to have access to. Just go onto our website. Check out Live Now from Fox. You can scan that QR code. And this is part of our Juneteenth trivia segment. Scan the QR code that's in the top right-hand corner or visit our website, livenowfox.com. I would like to also know, maybe in the comments there, if you're joining us on the YouTube stream, how many of these that you're getting right? Are you acing any of these? Let us know on that YouTube stream with some of those comments. But again, which U.S. president signed a bill making Juneteenth a federal holiday? Let's go ahead and reveal the answer, as former President Biden is in a commanding lead, and he is the answer. That's right. If you weren't aware, it was June 17th. Back in 2021, that former President Biden was there alongside Vice President Kamala Harris. They signed that act into law that made Juneteenth a federal holiday for the first time. Of course, we know the first Juneteenth occurred back on June 19th in 1865. It took 100 or so years before it was announced and, of course, recognized as a federal holiday everywhere. Texas being the first state to recognize it as a state holiday, being that the origins of Juneteenth began in Galveston, Texas. All right, so let's see if we can do one more trivia question on this part. Okay, we've got, this one's a good one here. What symbol is at the center of the Juneteenth flag introduced in 2000? Okay, you guys, if you don't get this one right and you've been with us on the stream watching our coverage, I'm going to be disappointed. We talked to the creator of the Juneteenth flag, Ben Haith. He was on with us a bit earlier today. We showed you images of the flag. He talked about the importance of the colors and everything that was happening with it. So make sure you're scanning this QR code in the top right corner. It'll take you to our website where you can vote. Again, you want to be able to vote now. Go to the Vote Now section on our website. You can also go to livenowfox.com. Scroll to connect with us. Once you click that, it'll take you to that same section on our website. So let's see some of these answers that are coming in. Either everyone knows it, or there we go. We're getting some differing answers coming in now. There's a crescent moon as an option, a star, an octagon, and a triangle. What is the answer? What is that symbol that is in the middle of the Juneteenth flag? I will tell you this, if you weren't joining our coverage, Ben Haith, again, the founder and the creator of the Juneteenth flag, he created the flag back in 1997. He says he was inspired by his childhood and understanding the importance of the Juneteenth holiday. Ben is now 82 years old and he still continues to advocate for the importance and the remembrance of Juneteenth. But he, alongside another artist, created the modern Juneteenth flag with the colors red, white, and blue, wanting to use the colors of the American flag, as he wanted to acknowledge that this is American as well. So again, putting this up on your screen. And as you see there, what symbol is at the center of the Juneteenth flag? All right, I feel like we've given you guys enough time for this one. This symbol at the center of the Juneteenth flag. Let's reveal the answer. It's a star. Yes, that's the answer. Just like the American flag, how it has 50 stars on it. And the center of the Juneteenth flag, there is a single star. So just because if you weren't here with us a little bit earlier on in the program where we went over some of these answers and talked through all of this, I'm going to put up that on your screen as well now so you can see exactly what the flag looks like. But just putting this up quickly here so you can see what the flag looked like. We watched 2 flag raising ceremonies, but that is the star in question that you're able to see. So once that unfurls, you'll get a better shot of it, but a red, white, and blue flag that was created by the activist Ben Haith hangs and flies over many cities as they held flag raising ceremonies. All right, we still have 2 more questions to get to. Let's see if we're able to pop it up there. This is fun. I hope you guys are keeping track. We're grading just like we're in school. All right, there they go. This is the next question for you. What is another name often used to refer to Juneteenth? Scan that QR code. Let's see if you've got the right answer here. We've got Peace Day, Equality Day, Freedom Day, and Power Day. We'll be refreshing these on our website as well, livenowfox.com. But the easiest way is to scan that QR code and vote in today's poll. So Peace Day, Equality Day, Freedom Day, or Power Day? We're continuing to let folks go ahead and jump in and make their answers known there as well. All right, Freedom Day has a commanding lead at this point, 75%. Oh, as I speak, it continues to go up, 77% of the vote. 78. Okay, I think we have a clear front runner here. Let's reveal the answer. Freedom Day is in fact the answer with 79% of the vote. It is Freedom Day. All right, let's go to that last question that we have. Hope you're patting yourself on the back for participating in these. The question now, what beverage was once popular and synonymous with Juneteenth celebrations? Interesting. The options there are several. Mint julep, strawberry soda, brandy milk punch, or chicory coffee. I'm going to step out on a limb here. I've never heard of two of these. Not going to tell you which two. But there is an abundance of answers here for the beverage that was popular and synonymous with those Juneteenth celebrations. Mint julep, strawberry soda, brandy milk punch, and chicory coffee. Very interesting. We'll see what answers come of this. Again, this is our last question here, so I want everybody to be able to participate. All right, it looks like brandy milk punch has 9% of the vote, strawberry soda 66, mint julep 22. All right, we have the answers coming in still. Strawberry soda is still in the lead here with 70% of the vote. Mint julep at 20%, brandy milk punch at 7%, chicory coffee at 3%. Okay, I hope you've had fun with some of our coverage here, some of these trivia questions. My thanks again to our producer there, Carla, who came up with them. Carla, let's reveal that last answer. Oh, it was strawberry soda. Okay, so maybe you were keeping track of which ones you got right, which ones you didn't, but we hope you just at least learned something along the way. So that was really fun there to talk through and walk through some of those questions and things that we had as well. Here on this Juneteenth holiday, we like to be able to help and make sure that we are educating us as well as learning something new during this Juneteenth, still taking the time to reflect as well. In the meantime, though, we've been continually watching some of these events that have been coming into our newsroom as we're celebrating Juneteenth. And a bit earlier today, there in New Hampshire, they did just that. We want to now check in as they celebrated Juneteenth in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Let's listen.
Inspired by, this is our nation. It takes work to realize it. And I'm so glad that we have the energy to do so. Amen? I'm a preacher. And I know that part of what sustained those ancestors of ours who were enslaved, and they were Americans. So this is an American journey that has nothing to do with the color of your skin today. People who were Americans were enslaved. They were legally set free, but not all of them. Making it worse, some in Texas didn't hear about it until 2 years later. This is American history. But they heard about it. And today, with them, we celebrate the full freedom of all people in this nation. Never again. Always we should honor and remember and give credit to those who have struggled so long and held on so long. Most of us who are African American don't know the details of our ancestry. We don't really know the steps that many of us who are European American do happen to know. That's just the reality. But I claim all of it as my history. I claim it all as my history. So folks, we were enslaved. We were set free. Some of us continue to be enslaved because some of us decided we didn't know that we were free. This is the intricacy of being an American. I'm up to it. I hope you're up to it as well. Those enslaved Africans prayed. We know they prayed. Because if they hadn't prayed, we wouldn't be still singing the songs that they sang. They got them through those hard times. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child a long way from home. Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land. Tell old Pharaoh to let my people go. These songs inspired those enslaved Africans. And they sang and they prayed and they believed that they would be free. And if not them, then their children. And if not them, then their children. And now we are here. Amen? Amen. Their faith was validated. So I know this is a public place, but I want you to know that to pray in a moment like this is a very appropriate thing, because our ancestors who were enslaved were in fact sustained because of the power of their faith. They prayed. So let us pray now. Thank you, God, for freedom. Thank you for the desire for freedom. Thank you for the hatred of enslavement. Thank you for the dream of America. Thank you for the energy to seize and create America, which is always becoming. Thank you for inspiring us on a hot day to come out and to remember and to redeem the dishonor of those who were not told the truth. We redeem that dishonor by celebrating their freedom on this day and every day. And together let us say, amen. Amen. Y'all sound good saying amen. That's good. Amen. There was one other thing that I needed to do. A tradition that is an African tradition is that on formal occasions and celebrations, it is good to acknowledge those who have gone before. And so that is done by pouring a libation, remembering and honoring all those who have gone. It is really a sacred thing, because when we pour libation, we remember that blood flowed, that lives were lived and lost, and that we continue. Remember those and honor those who went before. We honor and remember those who were lost. We honor and remember those who are still struggling. We honor and remember all those who believe in the dream of America. We honor and remember all of us.
Thank you, Reverend Bob, for opening us in prayer and for honoring the ancestors. And just before I start, I want you to know this is New Hampshire. Look around you. We're from everywhere, and yes, indeed, we're celebrating Juneteenth here in New Hampshire. Thank you all for joining us here today as we culminate a week-long celebration. The sacred journey that we're all on of remembrance, resistance, and renewal. And yes, we have a lot to resist and a lot to renew. Throughout this past week, we traveled through layers of history, memory, and legacy. Many of you here today were with us when we met Shannon Lanier, a direct descendant of Sally Hemings and President Thomas Jefferson. Standing with him, we reclaim stories that remind us Black and white histories is intertwined. It is American history. We celebrated the courage of Ona Marie Judge, who liberated herself like many other enslaved Africans. She liberated herself from George Washington's household and sought her freedom right here in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. We gathered with Laura Yancey, a descendant of Diana Chase Whipple in Prince Whipple, who was enslaved by a signer of the Declaration of Independence. Very conflicting histories, but Diana was an educator and a community leader, and we unveiled a headstone in her honor at the cemetery in town. We found joy and solace and strength in the melodies of the Voice of Howard Gospel Choir, which filled our souls with music that carried our ancestors through trials, tribulations, and triumphs. It's the music that we live by, gospel music. We danced in joy with Black Lives Matter New Hampshire, and we walked with the Seacoast African American Cultural Center this morning, honoring that spirit of liberation. And now we're here gathered on this sacred ground. Yes, we are standing on sacred ground, an African burial site, the final resting place of over 200 of our ancestors, a sacred ground that was desecrated, covered up, built over, erased. Here we are today on this June 19th, Juneteenth, a day that commemorates the freedom of enslaved Africans in 1865, as General Granger and his army rode into Galveston, Texas to enforce President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. It took force to obey the law. Here we are today to remember that freedom delayed is still freedom denied. And that struggle for justice continues to this day. In a time when efforts to suppress Black history are on the rise, and by extension, to suppress American history, we stand firm in the truth of this is not just Black history. It is all of our history. We do not gather to simply remember that fact. We gather to celebrate it. Today we celebrate that extraordinary journey from being stolen to enslavement, to resistance, to freedom, to this very moment of remembrance with pride. We celebrate the 10th anniversary of this park through technology, and if you get a chance, you'll get to see what the Black Heritage Trail is doing, creating an outdoor museum. Check with the folks at the end. With your phone, you'll be able to hear the whole story of the African burying ground. And I lost my space. As we celebrate through music and movement, beginning today with the powerful African drumming of Akwaaba Ensemble. They will follow us. We're going to hear some words from our state representative and our town assistant mayor, Joanne Kelly. And I just want we will close today with a celebration of all of us coming together to dance with boots on the ground, because it's going to take all of us working together with our feet firmly planted on the ground to create the change we want to see and the America we believe in. So without that, I pass it on to Joanne Kelly, our assistant mayor.
Good morning, everyone. You heard a few names earlier, but I want to touch upon them again. Oni Judge was a slave of Martha Washington, and we all know who her husband was, George Washington. She absconded from Philadelphia to Portsmouth. That sounds like a great story, and it is, but there is more to it. There is the almost decade-long history of George Washington's efforts to come and get her, and this town's desire to protect her, for her to live free. We've all heard of Paul Revere and the famous ride, but have you heard of Wentworth Cheswell? The first ever elected African-American man from the 1800s from New Hampshire. He also rode with Paul Revere to Portsmouth. Have you heard of Harriet Wilson? Yes, an author, the first African-American published author in the United States of America. It's from our state. Dinah Whipple Chase opened up the first African-American school. These are things that I didn't learn in school, and I grew up here. When we talk about teaching history, we must talk about the fact that history is being erased from our textbooks, and we need to stand up for that. There's such a shame that I go to our high school and kids don't learn this, that kids around the nation do not learn this. It is our duty to pass on knowledge, but it's our duty in a more forefront, especially now in the time that we're having in America, to pass on humanity. Humanity is a trickle-down experience. When you receive it, you want to give it to others. When you are helped, you want to help others. When you learn knowledge, you want to spread that knowledge. We must not be scared to wear our pride on our shirts, on our hats, on our sleeves, and louder through our mouths. We must carry on the history that has been given to us. And in this space, it is so important because this space was on maps. This was known as the Black Graveyard, the African Graveyard. This space was on maps for 100 years and then disappeared. It was forgotten. It was erased by choice. And we have to make a choice every day to not let that happen again. That when we find something that has been erased, when we find someone that history did not respect, that was lost to the textbooks, that was erased from the textbooks, that was never in the textbooks, that we must add them to the textbooks. We must be louder than the silence that is put upon us. And we must know, especially at this time in our nation, that this is not a black and white issue. This is every color in between. As we know that immigrants and our brothers and sisters are being held illegally for what? For trying to live the American dream? I was just said earlier, there are many African Americans and black Americans who cannot trace their ancestry back. I'm one of them. But next week, I'm able to go to England and see the white side, dating back to the 1700s. How sad of a history is that? That I'm able to see where one space immigrated to, but not know the other side who was brought here in chains. And we must sit in the awkwardness of these conversations. I'm the first African American elected to the City Council in Portsmouth, and we believe the first deputy mayor in the state of New Hampshire, which is an accomplishment, but is one that took hundreds of years too long. As you just heard those names, African Americans and black people have been making strides in progress in New Hampshire for hundreds of years since its foundation. And we must respect that culture, and we must lift it up, and we must lift up the person who is in here and standing here today in this very scorching sun, but luckily not rain. But history cannot be forgotten, and we must sit in the discomfort, and we must welcome the conversations of the dualities of life, that you can be equally black and equally white, that you can be equally proud of your African heritage as your Irish and English heritage, and you can be loud about both, and nobody gets to choose your identity but you. Justice is not only in DC, it is on the corner of every community every weekend. It is every march, it is every celebration, it is every letter you write, it is every phone call, and it is every act of kindness that you put out in the world. We must stand for what we believe in. Because the fall of democracy is not in a third world country. It is not overseas. It can be at our back door. And it starts with erasing a map, erasing history, erasing a presence. But it doesn't happen when we have this, when we have a proud history that is full of everyone. And I am so thankful. We have letters from Congressman Chris Pappas and Senator Jean Shaheen. Those will be on display. But I'm so happy. A few years ago, I got an award, the Maggie Hassett Spirit of Opportunity Award. And I've taken that to heart every single day, that I have the opportunity to empower people and to be empowered myself, to lead and be led. I'm here today to introduce Representative Maggie Goodlander and my good friend, Senator Maggie Hassan.
Happy Juneteenth. I am so honored to be with all of you. I am so grateful to the New Hampshire Black Heritage Trail for all the work you've done. And if some of you haven't had a chance, I haven't been to every one of the stops on the trail, but visiting the trail has taken me here and Exeter and Warner and Nashua, and where else have we been? And Milford and Newmarket, which is where Mr. Cheswell lived, the first elected black man, we believe, in the United States, was from Newmarket, New Hampshire, so just right down the road. Look, we've talked a little bit today about the complicated and conflicted history that brings us here. My father was a child of the Deep South. He grew up in Jacksonville, Florida during Jim Crow. And his ancestors enslaved people. That is a very painful and shameful part of my history. My dad also fought in the Battle of the Bulge, the first battle in our country's history where the troops were truly integrated, not because we were suddenly enlightened, but because the casualties were so high they needed everybody they could. And for my dad, that was a light bulb moment. Everybody on that battlefield was sacrificing for their country in the same way. My dad used to ask us at the breakfast table, "What are you doing for freedom today?" Which is hard when you're like in 4th grade to answer. But the point he was trying to instill in us is the point that Reverend Thompson made and Joe Kelly made and other speakers will make, which is that this gift of democracy is one we have to work at each and every day. Our founders wrote those magnificent words. We're all created equal. And that vision statement, that mission statement, is what informed Abraham Lincoln as his views evolved and he grew more and more determined to preserve the Union and began to understand that he couldn't preserve the Union if a large swath of its people weren't free. He didn't come to that overnight. He literally prayed on it. But that vision statement sticks with us. I think a lot about Jude Hall, who the Heritage Trail honored in Exeter. Jude Hall was enslaved. He fought in the Revolutionary War and won his freedom. Then 2 of his children were kidnapped and sold into slavery. And his grandchildren fought in the Civil War. Jude Hall believed in the vision of freedom that our founders laid out. He and his descendants were willing to fight for it generation following generation. I am asked a lot today, given what's going on in our country, what can I do? What do we do? Some of you know me. I tend to be someone who likes to kind of solve a problem, get things done. I'm usually not particularly focused on big speeches or proclamations. But right now, words are the powerful tools that we have, and words matter. The Declaration of Independence matters. The words we use in rededicating ourselves to freedom matters. Our voices and our votes matter, because progress is not a straight line. You know, if you listen to some of the wonderful spiritual music that enslaved people used to sustain themselves, you can listen to a performance by Paul Robeson at Carnegie Hall in 1958. Didn't the Lord deliver Daniel? It's a wonderful, wonderful piece. I recommend it to you, but the point is, in 1958, Paul Robeson still needed to be singing it. So we all have work to do to live up to that mission statement that is our Declaration of Independence, to follow the example of Jude Hall and so many others who understood the value of freedom and understood that it has to be nurtured, it has to be sustained, and sometimes, yes, it has to be fought for. So happy Juneteenth to all of you. Last thing I will just say is my wonderful colleague, Raphael Warnock, was talking to some of us this week. It's been a week. In a difficult time, it's been a week. And, you know, what he reminded us of is that it was African Americans who transformed a religion that slaveholders had used to enslave people into a liberation theology. It's a very, very powerful thing. And he closed with these words. He said, God loves us into freedom and frees us into love. Let's all take that with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hassan. Jerry Ann, Reverend Joe, thank you so much for welcoming me here today. I just want to say, to be in this place, this sacred place, on this day, Freedom Day, with all of you, is a gift, and I'm grateful to be here. I want to say something about this place, and Joe said it so powerfully. This is a sacred place that we forgot, that was erased from our history. And I believe we are what we remember. The good, the bad, and the ugly. The original sin, which is slavery, which we have to remember today together, because in remembering together, we become who we are and who we can be as a country. And that to me is the beauty of America. It's a nation that together strives to be a more perfect union. To be with you on this day, Freedom Day, a day where we commit to breaking every chain. I'm seeing these words right in front of me, and it's moving me. To break every chain in what we're in right now, which I see right in front of me, these words, a war on injustice. And we are in a war on injustice right now. But I also see the words of Micah 6:8 in front of me right now. To do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly. And that's what we gotta do together. And that's why I'm so grateful to be with all of you. You can't fake showing up. And you can't fake showing up together. And that's what we gotta do now more than ever before. You know, when I think about the war on injustice that we're in the midst of, and when I think about what we're fighting for, it's a country and a constitution that starts with 3 simple and forever powerful words: we the people. That's what this is all about, we the people. We can't forget that now. And look, our history, I get strength from being in this place on this day with all of you, because it is gonna take a commitment to fighting with everything we've got. That is what I'm trying to do on your behalf every single day in the United States House of Representatives. We're in the people's house. The people's house, your house. The fight and the stakes have never been higher. They really haven't. We're in a war on injustice, and it's not an understatement. The fight for freedom is real. The freedom, as it's been said, to know our history, to breathe.
All right, we were just listening into a bit of this event that happened a bit earlier today in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now as we're continuing our coverage here on this Juneteenth. And we do want to continue on with some of those feeds that are coming live into our newsroom as well. Right now, we're going to be heading out to Houston, Texas. It does appear that our live shot there may have frozen just for a second, but this is a Passing the Torch event that is meant to honor Sheila Jackson Lee on this Juneteenth, meeting with other lawmakers as well. So we have officially lost that shot. If we're able to get it back, we'll definitely go back into some of that live coverage. In the meantime, as you saw, and we were just listening in, there was an event that came a bit earlier today out of Portsmouth, New Hampshire, listening in to all of those speakers who participated. Let's continue that here on Live Now from Fox.
Mama Debbie, she na momo. Mr. Loco, get Jamie, she na momo. Come on, oh, Sumanyami.
All right, as you see there, this was the majority of that celebration that happened a bit earlier today in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, as they celebrated Juneteenth. As you can see, so many folks came out together as a community there in New Hampshire to commemorate the holiday. And so that's also what we've been doing here on Live Now from Fox. We began our coverage at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, giving you a consecutive 6 hours of coverage of the Juneteenth events that we've been seeing all across our nation, while sprinkling in a little bit of fun and history, as well as that trivia as well, hoping to just educate and celebrate with all of those here who enjoy being with us on Live Now from Fox. I've been your host for the last few hours, Christina Evans. We appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in, whether or not you left comments, participated in our trivia, or just wanted to be with us as we commemorated Juneteenth, the federal holiday here in 2025. We certainly appreciate you. All right, we're going to take this time to officially sign off from coverage today for Juneteenth. We hope that you all have an amazing day and are able to be with loved ones, celebrate as well. Thanks so much for being with us here for our Juneteenth coverage 2025.